Drift Stories.
A fierce, biting wind tore across the summit of the colossal skyscraper. An old man, his hair and beard a wild tempest around his face, narrowed his eyes against the searing glow of neon, which painted the city's structures in garish light. Raze Cromwell lifted a hand, a futile attempt to shield his gaze from the stinging assault of the wind. "Why in all the realms did I choose this blasted rooftop for the ritual?" he grumbled, his voice rough. Impatiently, he swept aside a veil of long hair that had blown across his vision. "Magic may untangle a myriad of worldly woes," he mused, "but it offers no remedy for poor judgment." His dark robe billowed, straining against his gaunt frame as he forced his way toward the rooftop's heart. Were it not for this incessant wind, the ritual would already be complete. Muffled cries, tinged with despair, and on the precipice of full-blown screams, drifted to his ears. Raze's dwindling patience snapped. "Silence! What could you possibly have left to utter?" Mutter to boulder. Below, an intricate circle of symbols and glyphs glowed with a pure, internal white light, etched directly into the rooftop by Raze's own arcane power, not by any external source. Within this glowing confinement, 5 individuals lay bound, their hands and legs secured. No physical gags silenced them, yet their pleas were reduced to hollow, muted sounds. "If I grant one of you the courtesy of speech, will the others remain mute?" Raze inquired, his fingers tracing a glowing purple symbol in the turbulent air. With his gesture, a middle-aged man, one of the bound, suddenly found his voice. He sucked in a ragged breath, tears streaking his face as he choked out, "Please, Dark Magus, spare me. I'll offer anything. Just don't take my life." Raze advanced, casting a long shadow over the man. "And when that desperate couple pleaded for their lives, what mercy did you show them? Where are they now?" The captive froze, terror widening his eyes. How did you know?" As Raze continued his slow circuit around the ritual circle, he recited the hidden transgressions of each captive. "You murdered your lover in a fit of jealous rage for merely glancing at another. You fabricated false reports of abuse, condemning those you despised to the abyss. You peddled illicit substances to desperate mages, igniting the catastrophic bursting of their mana cores." Understanding dawned on the captives. Raze was systematically revealing their concealed crimes, the vile atrocities they had committed and, until now, evaded justice for. Yet, when he paused before the final captive, his voice dripped with mockery. "And you," he declared, "a fervent vegan, imposing your rigid beliefs upon others. Truth be told, you're merely here because I required 5, and my time was running short." Tension thickened the air as new symbols flared within the circle, its luminescence steadily intensifying. Just as Raze prepared for the ritual's next phase, a defiant voice shattered the uneasy calm. "So what?" one captive challenged. "You sit in judgment, Dark Magus, but what of your own ledger? How many lives have you extinguished? How many have you slain? You are no better than us." Raze opened his mouth to retort, but a violent fit of coughing racked his frame, speckling the ground below with flecks of blood. "You speak truly," he rasped, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. "We all deserve this fate." Suddenly, a new voice boomed from behind him. "Not all, only you." Both captives and Raze spun around to face the newcomers, 5 figures, clad in pristine white robes, descending gracefully from the heavens. The Grand Magus. A captive shrieked, hope surging. "They've arrived to save us." These were the absolute elite among mages, each wielding power sufficient to reshape entire nations. All were 9-star mages at the pinnacle of their craft. To see them assembled in such force was a staggering sight, even when hunting the infamous Dark Magus. "I see you accepted my invitation," Raze taunted, his gaze fixing on one particular figure. "Enax, tell me, how does your wife manage, knowing you're incomplete with but a single sphere to entertain her?" A sharp pang of indignation flared in Inax, a flush of furious red creeping up his face. Raze, one of the Grand Magus, a man with flowing blonde hair, stepped forward, radiating an energy that momentarily illuminated the night sky around them. "I refuse to believe a mage of your prodigious talent has fallen to such depths." "Silence!" Raze roared back, his voice ragged. "None of you, not a single one, possesses the right to address me. Cast aside your charades. Every last one of you stripped me of all I held dear in this world. You know precisely what you've done, especially you, Idor." Tendrils of dark energy began to coil around Raze, cloaking his tattered form, and expanding into a vast, ominous shadow behind him, compelling the other Grand Magus to unleash their own radiant energies in response. Despite the venomous taunts, Idor maintained a serene smile. "Did you truly believe we were ignorant?" he asked. "You are already fading, already standing with one foot in the grave. Even if left undisturbed, you would swiftly succumb to a natural demise. But how could we permit that? You, the Dark Magus, the most hunted man in the world, it is imperative that we deliver the final blow." "Ha ha ha." Raze's laughter erupted, a deep, guttural sound. "Idor, Gizin, Ibarin, Trubin, and One Ball, hear my final message to you all." The magic circle beneath them pulsed with an intensifying light. Wary of its impending effect, the Grand Magus instinctively erected magical shields. A crushing pressure began to build within the captives' minds. A searing pain surged, escalating until, with a sickening pop, the tops of their heads exploded. Their bodies collapsed to the ground, and amidst them, Raze Cromwell, the man who had stood at the center, fell as well. Witnessing the gruesome culmination, the mage's protective magic receded, and they cautiously advanced. They detected no lingering spark of life, only the macabre tableau of blood splattered across the rooftop. "Do you believe he is truly vanquished?" Ibarin murmured. "He must be." Gizin replied, "That is his body, and what remains of his head." Trubin, the youngest of the mages, surveyed the scene, his gaze lingering on the magic circle and the gory splatter. A smirk slowly spread across his face. "Ah," he mused, "now I understand his last message." All eyes swept to the floor, and understanding dawned on them too. The spattered blood, combined with the lines of the magic circle, formed a grotesque image. A massive fist, its middle finger defiantly raised towards them. "Raze Cromwell's demise is confirmed," Idor declared, raising his hands and summoning a searing ball of fire. He ascended into the air, hovering above the buildings, his companions joining him. "Our secrets shall perish with him." The fireball was hurled towards the skyscraper. Upon impact, it erupted, engulfing the rooftop and all its grim contents in an instant inferno. As the Magus flew away, they cast one last glance back at the fiery pyre, a burning stain on their past, and exhaled a collective sigh of profound relief. "To gamble my life so recklessly," Raze thought, "to stake everything on that cryptic book pulled from a portal. I didn't even know if it would work, but I was dying anyway. I simply craved a chance to reclaim all I had lost, and exebijally sen of you enbiten wide. And he thought it streets from a babe's hand without a second thought. All I ever did was lick the candy when they weren't looking, then return it. Tell me, who truly holds the greater wickedness?" Flashes of Raze's life, especially the most agonizing memories, began to cascade through his mind. Childhood traumas, profound losses, and the crucible that had forged him into the Dark Magus. Then, alien images intruded. Soaring mountain peaks, majestic temples, a canvas of vibrant greenery. A man, a woman, a young girl, all strangers, clad in unfamiliar robes, people fighting with naught but their bare fists. What is this? These are not my memories. This doesn't even look like my world. His own distinct memories flickered, interspersed with these bizarre foreign recollections. An intense pain pulsed in his skull, sending shockwaves through his new body, until, with a gasp, Raze's eyes snapped open once more. Memories, A torrent of long-suppressed emotions deluged Raze's mind, sickening him with their renewed presence. When did it truly begin, this wretched life of mine? Was it my father? Selling me to those men, night after night? No, that didn't break me. It was. Yet these vivid personal memories were swiftly overshadowed by an encroaching wave of unfamiliarity. Faces he'd never seen, places he'd never visited, names he was certain he'd never heard. Then, abruptly, his eyes opened, his vision a momentary blur. Why? Why this searing pain? My neck aches, and it feels as though I cannot breathe. As his vision struggled to clear, it simultaneously seemed to dim. Eventually, a pair of bulging eyes materialized into focus, glaring directly at him. Only then did he fully grasp the sensation. Fingers clamped like a vice around his throat. I escaped death once, and now this? Strangled, facing death yet again. Raze thought furiously. If I must die, I would never choose such an agonizing end. I will not die again. His attacker came into view, a figure cloaked in black, his face shrouded, leaving only his eyes visible, like a phantom assassin. With a desperate struggle, Raze pressed his hands against the man's midsection. Let us see how you fare when your insides are torn asunder. Raze pushed, but nothing occurred. No explosive burst, no recoil from his assailant, who relentlessly tightened his grip. Did that last spell drain every last drop of my magic? Damn it. I truly am going to die. Darkness encroached upon his vision, consciousness threatening to dissolve. Yet, he sensed his attacker's grip inexplicably weakening. Had a fragment of my spell taken hold? This is my only chance. From the periphery of his dimming vision, he glimpsed a broken shard of a plate. He snatched it, plunging it into the man's side. The assailant grunted, his grip faltering further. Blood welled from where the shard had also sliced Raze's hand, but adrenaline numbed the pain. He withdrew the shard, then stabbed again and again until the man's strength utterly gave out, and he collapsed. A dead weight, atop Raze. I can breathe, Raze gasped. But the oppressive weight remained. He waited for a flicker of returning strength before heaving the corpse aside, then painstakingly pushed himself to his feet. Exhaustion racked him. Raze gasped and panted, feeling on the verge of collapse. After a few moments, the pain subsided, and he took in his surroundings. The motionless man in black bore wounds beyond those Raze had inflicted. Raze had seen enough death to know this attacker was irrevocably gone. Arg! A sharp jolt of pain lanced through his head, and memories, clearer this time, flooded in. He examined his hands. Their smooth, unblemished skin told a story. They felt responsive as he flexed his fingers. The spell. It truly worked. I am reborn. By all indications, he now inhabited a young body, that of a teenager or a young adult, at least, though he couldn't be certain without a mirror. I harbored such doubts about that ancient tome, but it worked. Raze mused. Thank the cosmos I'm young again. Who knows what horror awaited if I'd reawakened as an old man, or worse, confined to a sickbed. His elation was tempered by the grim reality surrounding him. His inaugural moments in this new form had already been a violent brush with death, hardly an auspicious beginning. Scanning the modest room, Raze tried to reconstruct the scene. Water-damaged floorboards and mold-streaked walls, crude wooden utensils and half-eaten food. It felt as if he had been flung into a bygone era. They were interrupted mid-meal. Raze observed. They referred to the 3 other corpses, an adult male, a female, and a teenage boy, all bearing fatal wounds. The fragmented memories suggested they were this new body's family. A fleeting pang of sorrow pricked Raze, which he swiftly suppressed. They were murdered, likely by the man who just tried to kill me. But why? His new memories were disjointed, providing only fragmented names, which seemed useless, and none of their lives or experiences. Yet, his own name had persisted, Raze. Perhaps it's mere coincidence this body shares my name, he pondered. Or maybe the spell ensured it. Regardless, I have succeeded. He raised a fist, attempting to channel magic. His eyes narrowed in intense concentration, veins throbbing at his temples, but nothing happened. He delved deep within himself. After a few moments, understanding dawned. Now it makes sense why my spell faltered earlier, Raze mused. This boy possesses no mana core, and that means he hasn't chosen an attribute either. Initially, Raze was disheartened. To inhabit a body utterly devoid of a mana core meant starting his magical journey from absolute scratch. The painstaking years invested in ascending to a 9-star mage seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye, a complete reset to square one. Yet, as he considered the implications, a new realization dawned. This could be a blessing. Had he inherited a body with a pre-existing mana core, that individual would possess an innate magical attribute. In his previous life, Raze's innate predisposition was towards wind magic, making him naturally adept at its spells. But as time wore on, he gravitated to the dark attribute, an arcane, rarely pursued form of magic. He became an enigma, the sole 9-star mage to exclusively master dark magic, a name whispered with both reverence and dread. The Dark Magus. His inherent affinity for wind magic, however, meant his mastery of dark magic always carried a subtle deficiency. Now, with this unblemished slate, he could rectify those past shortcomings. His gaze fell upon the lifeless body beside him. Grinning savagely, Raze settled into a meditative posture on the cold ground. Using the blood oozing from a wound on his palm, he meticulously sketched a magical circle around himself. For eons, it was believed that one's elemental affinity was merely a capricious act of fate. Upon a mage forging their core, the very bedrock of all magic, it would shimmer with a color reflecting their dominant magical attribute. Yet, over time, it was discovered that certain extreme acts could influence the mana core's formation, provided it had not yet manifested. Consuming intensely spicy dishes might ignite an affinity for fire. A perilous fall from a great height could awaken wind magic. But for the enigmatic dark attribute, the path to a jet-black mana core required the most sinister of deeds. Murder? Murder? Raze's laughter, unhinged and manic, echoed through the room. Is this fate's own design? It's as if the cosmos itself conspires to guide my hand. With the final stroke of his magical circle, Raze's concentration deepened. The ambient energy seemed to dance, coiling and wrapping around him, gradually being absorbed. He felt minuscule orbs of power wriggling deep within him, converging near his heart, the nascent cradle of a mage's mana core. The energy coalesced, condensing into a potent sphere. After what felt like an eternity, the process reached its crescendo. Nested within Raze's chest was a mana core of impenetrable black, enshrouding his very heart. His eyes snapped open, gleaming with savage triumph. The Dark Magus has returned. Raze's smirk was irrepressible. The prospect of forging a new life, rooted exclusively in the dark attribute, promised unparalleled growth as a dark mage, reaching previously unimaginable heights. A mystic energy, a swirling blend of dark purples, blues and blacks, began to coalesce around his finger. It was thick, almost like paint, yet fluid, constantly shifting and dissolving into itself. Raze extended his finger, pointing it at a plate on the table. "Dark pulse," he exclaimed. The energy dispersed, shooting forth like a slender beam, striking the plate and shattering it into countless fragments. Even a single spell made his head throb faintly. Dark magic, though powerful and destructive, notoriously consumed immense amounts of mana compared to other attributes. Now that his body possessed a pure dark core, he would need to cultivate other attributes through magical items, crystals, and rare herbs. While mages could, theoretically, master every attribute, some would prove far more challenging, depending on their core's inherent affinity. For instance, Raze would find enhancing light magic particularly arduous, as it opposed his fundamental dark core, but it was not impossible. Raze often viewed such concepts through the lens of a game, simplifying them for his own understanding. If likened to a game, possessing a dark core bestowed an initial 10 points in the darkness attribute, which could be augmented through specific techniques or artifacts. Given his core's nature, Raze's body would effortlessly absorb dark-aligned items, rapidly increasing his proficiency. Light-attributed items could still be absorbed, but they would require 10 times the energy input to yield even a single-point increase. Other attributes would be easier to cultivate, though none as effortlessly as darkness. Furthermore, no other attribute could ever eclipse his dark core, for it now formed the very foundation of his being. Eventually, the headache subsided, leaving behind a profound concern. "I am merely a one-star mage right now," Raze pondered. "My mana reserves are pitifully limited. With only the dark attribute, I'm restricted to one-star dark spells, which drain energy voraciously. It would be prudent to swiftly acquire another attribute that conserves mana, perhaps wind?" Mages were categorized by the mana capacity of their cores, ranging from 1 star to 9 star. In his former life, Raze had commanded the power of a 9-star mage. Yet, ascending the star ranks entailed more than just increased mana reserves. It unlocked higher-level skills, but raw power wasn't the sole determinant in battle, especially when facing an opponent with a vast arsenal of diverse spells and attributes. Many of Raze's initial victories against other mages stemmed from their profound underestimation of dark magic's raw power. Rubbing his hands together, he could no longer suppress his smile, which erupted into triumphant laughter. "Ha, but I won't remain a 1-star mage for long." Though I harbored doubts about the spell, I had, as a contingency, stored all my artifacts, herbs, and crystals in a secret vault. All I need is to access it, and I'll reclaim my 9-star status in no time. Raze was already envisioning his reborn existence, a life free from criminal pursuit by the Dark Magus, where he could cultivate his power even more swiftly than before. Armed with years of dark experiments and hard-won experience, he would outpace any other mage, be hailed as a genius, and, when the moment was ripe, exact his vengeance. Suddenly, heavy thumps resounded at the front door, threatening to splinter it from its frame. "Open up!" A deep voice bellowed from beyond. The accent was unfamiliar, a strange twang, but Raze understood the words clearly. "This is the Red Brigade. We have reports of screams emanating from this dwelling. If you do not open, we will force entry." Red Brigade? Raze pondered, racking his brain for any mention of such a group. It sounded like a guild. In this new body, unfamiliar with local mage organizations, caution was paramount. If they discover my practice of dark magic, I'll be reported instantly, Raze realized with a jolt. Another reason for his previous outlaw status was that dark magic itself was a forbidden attribute. The relentless pounding continued, then abruptly ceased as the door exploded inward, splintering from its hinges and crashing against the wall. 5 men, clad in red armor, burst through the ruined doorway. Raze slowly raised his hands, his eyes scanning the armored figures with wary calculation. Hopefully, they won't immediately assume I'm the killer. Though being the sole survivor certainly isn't a favorable sign. I wonder what level of mages these are. As the men stormed in, Raze noted something profoundly strange. For one, they wore heavy armor, not the light robes typical of mages. Their physiques were uniformly well built. Stranger still, some bore swords at their hips, alongside an array of other melee weapons. Could the Red Brigade be a guild of enchanted weapons? If so, this situation could become exceedingly difficult, equally blinded. The men, having burst in with force, fanned out, their expressions hardening as they surveyed the gory scene and the dead bodies scattered within. What in the blazes happened here? One man muttered. An assassination? Who would target a family with no name? Raze heard the others speak, but their words were a muddle. What did they mean? No name. He had a name. The body he inhabited had a name. Raze. Wait a moment. Why can I only recall his first name? Does this body lack a family name? Everyone has a family name. And these people, they are undoubtedly my family. A younger member, who had just entered, immediately clapped a hand over his mouth at the gruesome sight, but his gaze quickly fixed on Raze. "Raze!" the young man cried out. "What happened to you? Are your hair? My hair? What's wrong with my hair?" Why would that be his first comment? Well, at least he knows who I am. Playing the calm, collected type won't do me any favors here. Recognizing a familiar face, Raze decided a performance was in order. He dropped to his knees, clutching his head, and stared at the floor. "My family," Raze choked out. "They're all dead." "Raze," the young man murmured, his voice soft. Sonny, the leader, an older member of the Red Brigade with a formidable mustache, barked. The young man, who had just entered, snapped his head up at his name. "Take the boy out of here. See that he's looked after. We'll assess the scene. For now, he needs rest." "Yes, sir," Sonny replied, rushing forward to help Raze, but before he could, Raze rose unassisted, waving a dismissive hand. "It's all right. I can walk myself," Raze stated, following Sonny out of the building. Outside, the bright sun assaulted his eyes, blinding him for a few moments before his vision adjusted and he could finally take in his surroundings. Wait a moment. What is all this? Bare earth underfoot. Crude, ramshackle houses huddled together. There are no skyscrapers, no lights whatsoever. And why are those towering mountains looming so close in the distance? The people dressed strangely, many openly carrying weapons. They appeared ordinary, with no special crystals embedded in their attire or gear. And one more thing was glaringly obvious. Not a single soul was using magic. Wait a second. Is this another world? A world unlike any Raze had ever imagined unfurled before him. A tapestry woven with unfamiliar threads, bustling market stalls, overflowing with fresh produce, lined the thoroughfares where townsfolk moved freely, weapons openly sheathed at their hips, buildings, none daring to climb beyond 3 stories, huddled together in tight clusters. No humming vehicles cut through the air, a stark contrast to the aerial traffic of his own realm. Instead, the streets teemed only with hand-pushed or pulled wagons, heavy with goods. Commerce here relied on the clang of coins and rustle of notes, not the silent hum of technology. This was, undeniably, not Raze's world. As he walked behind Sonny, Raze absorbed every detail, his mind wrestling with his predicament. Could this truly be another world entirely? Or had he merely been flung to some remote, primitive corner of his own? But if so, why no magic? No, it had to be another world. He recalled the ancient text. The book promised a new body, but remained maddeningly vague on the where or how. A text demanding dark magic, of course, wouldn't simplify anything. Nothing ever is as simple as it seems. He stopped abruptly, a hand flying instinctively to his chest as a crushing realization descended. My treasures. The internal cry was raw. If this is another world, then everything I painstakingly hoarded for my advancement as a mage, gone. Lost forever. How am I to gain power now? Memories flashed, the grueling trials, the mythical beasts he'd barely survived, the years of effort, all rendered meaningless. A single tear threatened to escape as Sonny, sensing his companion's sudden distress, turned to face Raze's somber expression. Poor lad, he just lost his family, Sonny murmured, misinterpreting the depth of Raze's turmoil. The reality must be setting in. My items. Raze fought back a sob, forcing his feet to move forward once more. Just as he began to grapple with the monumental loss, another thought struck him, colder and more profound. Wait, the Grand Magus. They don't exist here. My entire reason for rebirth was to exact my revenge. If they aren't in this world, then what is the meaning of my existence? He felt a bitter, cynical laugh bubble up. Isn't rebirth supposed to be a cheat code? An automatic path to becoming a prodigy at 5, humbling your bullies, proving all your doubters wrong? His meticulously crafted dream life splintered before his eyes. Get back here, you little thief. A portly, bald man bellowed, sweat gleaming on his face as he chased a small child, no older than 5, Raze estimated. The child, a blur of tattered, dirt-smudged clothes and scabs, darted past Raze. The large man, surprisingly swift, gained on the exhausted youth. Raze, instinctively reaching into his magical reserves, felt the familiar spark in his core, power coiling around his fingertip. "Dark pulse," he whispered. A faint, almost invisible beam of energy, paler than he remembered, shot forth. It struck the man's leg, sending him sprawling face first into the dusty ground. He's well fed, the child is starving. A few loaves won't hurt him. Onlookers gathered, some chuckling, others offering help to the fallen man. In the commotion, the child vanished, and no one seemed to have noticed Raze's discreet intervention. No one should go hungry, Raze thought, continuing his journey. At last, their destination appeared. A formidable compound surrounded by a sturdy wall, its entrance guarded by 2 enormous red doors. Beyond, a majestic building dominated the landscape, its roof adorned with ancient tiles and intricate dragon carvings. Supporting pillars showcased patterns of craftsmanship utterly lost in Raze's time. 2 regal, imposing stone lions guarded the gates, their presence as rigid as the 2 spear-wielding men in red uniforms, identical to Sunny's, who stood beside them. Above the entrance, a sign read, "Red Brigade Clan." The symbols and script were foreign, yet Raze inexplicably understood them. This is not my world. And what is a clan? Not a guild, not a faction. What strange realm have I stumbled into? If magic doesn't exist here, could I be revered as a god? Raze was led to a guest room within the Red Brigade's sprawling complex, a more apt term than building, given the scattered structures and grand courtyards stretching in either direction. Uniformed figures moved constantly between the various sections. The setting sun cast long shadows, indicating most of the several hundred residents had already retired. Raze's room was tucked away in a corner of a smaller structure, distinct from the largest he'd seen. It was Spartan, a single bed, a table, and an oil lamp battling the encroaching darkness. "It's so dim. I could use magic to enhance my vision, but it'd drain my mana. The struggles of a 1-star mage all over again. I need to bolster my mana. Amplifying my dark attribute is useless without spells to cast." He estimated he could only manage 5 quick spells, and with the recent demise of his new family and no knowledge of the assailants, he remained on edge, aware he could still be a target. The Red Brigade, however, felt like a sanctuary, a place of power and influence. A trip to the latrine brought a new wave of dismay. There was no separating door. The toilet was simply a hole in the floor, part of the main room. "No, please, don't tell me it's just a hole." Raze sighed, a weary resignation settling over him. "I survived the slums of Alterian, but this is truly pushing my limits." This jarring reality solidified his resolve. If he had been transported here, there must be a way back. Clutching the oil lamp, Raze looked into the room's mirror, catching his first glimpse of his new self. As he'd suspected, his skin was unblemished, radiantly youthful, placing him in his late teens. Yet his frame was alarmingly slight. His former body had been lean, but this one felt emaciated compared to the robust townsfolk he'd observed. His fingers brushed through his hair, mostly straight but curling at the ends, wildly disheveled and strikingly stark white. My hair was also white in my previous body. I lacked the strength for 5-star magic and underwent a forbidden procedure. It worked, but it slowly eroded my health and bleached my hair." He remembered Sunny's initial surprise. Did the original owner of this body not have white hair? Did my transmigration cause this change? A knock on the door pulled him from his thoughts, and Sunny entered. "Apologies for the delay, Raze," Sunny began, his tone empathetic. "I understand your anxiety, your curiosity, We're eager for any details you can provide that might clarify this situation. It was clear they didn't see him as a suspect, despite his soul's survival. Raze seized the opening to disclose a partial truth. He described waking to a life-threatening attack, forced to kill in self-defense. Given the commonality of armed civilians, he doubted such an act would raise too many eyebrows. Then, however, he confessed to complete amnesia, not just of this world, but of his own past and even his age. This, he calculated, would grant him leeway for any future unconventional behavior. I can't imagine your emotional turmoil, Sunny commiserated. Do you remember me? Raze regretfully shook his head. The original body held only faint impressions, not concrete memories. Understood. Just a moment. Sunny exited, closing the door softly. He returned swiftly, this time accompanied by a teenage girl. Her thick, unruly black hair cascaded past her shoulders, and her eyes, shadowed underneath, spoke of profound weariness. Her attire, a plain grey shirt and trousers, mirrored Raze's. The moment Raze saw her, a wave of unfamiliar emotions washed over him, and an involuntary smile spread across his face. Thank heavens, Sunny breathed, visibly relieved. It seems you do remember your sister, Safa. Wait, my sister? Did he just say my sister? Suddenly, the fragmented pieces clicked into place, much like when he'd seen his parents. Long dormant memories surfaced, forging a connection to this girl. She was hiding in the cupboards during the attack. We found her trembling inside when we searched the house. That both of you made it out alive is nothing short of a miracle, Sunny explained. I'll leave you two to reconnect. With another exit, Sunny left them alone. Safa looked up at Raze, offering a timid smile. She appeared to be Raze's age, but he now remembered she was a couple of years younger. Almost immediately she rushed to him, clinging to his arm, her body leaning against his. Raze's heart began to pound, and images, fragmented and disturbing, flooded his mind. Don't touch me, he roared, violently shaking off her grasp and stumbling backward. Safa recoiled, her eyes wide with shock. They locked onto Raze's for a moment before welling with tears. She retreated quickly, almost collapsing behind a chair. Raze stood, panting, his heart hammering. Witnessing her terror, a sharp pang of guilt pierced his chest. This wretched body, it's still reacting to her, and my emotions are a complete mess. Saab kaneti brawns are visibly pelut. Safa, who was still visibly terrified, struggling to find the right words. I apologize, he stammered. Something's messed up in my head. I've lost it, and I can't stand being touched. Do you understand? Safa, though still apprehensive, nodded slowly. Great, just great. She's lost her entire family, and the only one left, her brother, is now a lunatic who screams at her for a simple touch. This can't be easy for her. Gradually, Safa regained her composure and stood. They stood awkwardly, staring at each other. You hid in a wardrobe, right? Raze inquired. Safa nodded but remained silent. A suspicion began to form in Raze's mind. His sister might be mute. As more memories resurfaced, he realized this was indeed the case. Wait, if she was hiding in the wardrobe, did she witness what I did? Did she see me use magic? If she did and told people, there would be trouble? No, she must have seen nothing. Otherwise, she would have come out after the killer was neutralized, or when the Red Brigade arrived. May meet. Sunny re-entered, clapping his hands together cheerfully. All right, I have good news for both of you. We've figured out your temporary lodging. I know it's a tough situation, but I'll explain everything soon. For now, just follow me. They exited the building, strolling across the expansive courtyard. Raze followed Sunny, while Safa lagged behind, her head bowed. Even though I won't be with you two, you'll be well looked after. If you need anything or just want to talk, come visit me, and of course I'll check on you both tomorrow. Suddenly, Sunny halted mid-sentence, swiveling his head sharply to the right. Another man, dressed identically to the previous attacker, seemed to materialize from thin air, charging towards them. In a single powerful stride, he closed the distance. Enhancement magic, Raze instantly surmised. So magic does exist in this world? The mysterious figure brandished a dagger, aiming directly for Raze. In his palm, dark energy swirled ominously. I didn't want to use it publicly. It would raise too many questions. But if my life is at stake... Red lightning fist. Sunny roared, unleashing a punch that struck the man squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling through the air to crash into a distant building. Witnessing such raw power, Raze was stunned, his jaw slack. What kind of magic was that? He blurted out. Magic? Sunny echoed, puzzled. That wasn't magic. It was martial arts. Raze had unwittingly landed in a world where battles were fought not just with blades, but with supernaturally enhanced fists. Raze and Safa found themselves in a place the locals and Red Brigade called a temple, but which in Raze's homeland would have been an orphanage. Perched partway up a mountain, somewhat isolated from the town, the sprawling estate boasted a large tiled courtyard and a single, exceptionally broad building. Raze couldn't help but marvel at the immense cost such a grand structure would have commanded on his home planet, Iltirian. With the new arrivals, the orphanage now housed 12 children, each with their own unique story. Yet, this was no ordinary institution. Acceptance hinged on the approval of Mr. Cron, the proprietor. A bald, monk-like figure perpetually clad in robes, Mr. Cron bore a distinctive scar that bisected his face from chin to forehead. The children, by contrast, wore ill-fitting hand-me-downs, their ages spanning from 5-year-olds to teenagers like Raze, who had recently learned he was 15. Sunny had informed him that being just a year older would have left Raze homeless. Pondering this, Raze recalled the starving child from the streets and wondered why he had been admitted to the temple while the other had not. Mr. Cron's criteria remained a mystery to Raze. Sunny had alluded to certain requirements before entrusting them to Mr. Cron's care, assuring them they were safe. Whether Sunny genuinely believed this or merely sought to reassure them after the recent attack remained unclear to Raze. Nevertheless, the events of the previous night had solidified Raze's conviction. He needed to understand this world of martial arts better. On their first night, Mr. Cron, citing space constraints, assigned them a shared room with a single bed. Raze, unfazed, allowed Safa the bed while he settled on the floor. Safa gestured an offer to share, but Raze quickly reiterated his no touching rule. Disappointed, she conceded. The next morning, eager to assist around the temple, they entered the main hall and were greeted by a familiar face. "Ah, looks like you two managed to sleep in all right," Sunny said warmly. "I told you I'd be back today to check on you. Now that I see you're both okay, I can head off." "Wait," Raze interjected. "Actually, there are a few things I need to ask you." While Safa joined Mr. Cron to familiarize herself with her chores, Sunny and Raze retired to the latter's study, a spacious room filled with impeccably maintained, high-quality books and furniture, far superior to anything in Raze's own former home. Settling into a single-seater chair, Sunny gestured for Raze to take the couch before asking, "So, what did you want to discuss?" Grappling with the many gaps in his understanding of this world and recent events, Raze sought clarification, particularly regarding martial arts. In his old world, martial arts were merely physical exercises, never a combat form. The idea of someone punching with enough force to shatter a wall belonged solely to fiction. "Oh, I see. I suppose I really should treat you like an alien then?" Sunny pondered. "More like from another world, but close enough," Raze mused. As Sunny explained everything he could, Raze's curiosity deepened, realizing the world was not just slightly different, but profoundly so. Foremost, those proficient in martial arts, like Sunny, were called Pagna warriors, much as magic practitioners were known as mages. However, There was a clear distinction. Not everyone pursued martial arts to the extreme Raze had witnessed. Pagna warriors formed a distinct community, separate from the military and the empire, adhering to their own societal norms. While a standing rule dictated non-interference between Pagna members and others, Sunny admitted it was often merely an excuse. Pagna warriors enjoyed greater liberties, including the right to kill. Kingdoms frequently hired and compensated clans for their specialized services. Now that you know about Pagna warriors, you need to understand how they are organized. The continent is considered a single large landmass, despite scattered islands, but it's fundamentally divided among three major factions. You have the Dark faction, the Light faction, and the Demon faction. Sunny marked the territories on a map, revealing a fascinating distribution of kingdoms and regions. Within each of these factions are numerous families, each possessing unique martial arts styles passed down to their loyal clan members. For instance, the Red Brigade is a clan affiliated with the Dark faction. Sunny continued, explaining that even clans within the same faction weren't necessarily allies. Most operated independently. A clan's faction allegiance primarily depended on the source of their martial arts energy. It wasn't a simple dichotomy of light equals good or dark equals bad, but rather the specific type of energy they harnessed for their techniques. Raze found this particularly intriguing, given his own inherent powers. As a mage, research was his forte, but Sunny seemed pressed for time. Of everything I tell you today, this might be the most crucial. As warriors, we cultivate our powers and perfect our techniques. Among us are masters so mighty they could obliterate an entire city with a single strike. What Sunny described resonated with the devastating power of a 9-star mage. The stages of a Pagna fighter are divided into three parts. The initial stage, encompassing ranks 1 to 6, the middle stage for ranks 7 to 9, and then the deity stage from rank 10 to 12. If you ever become a Pagna warrior, you would truly comprehend the terror each of these stages embodies, and the titles bestowed within them. The power difference between ranks can be astronomical. For you, however, simply understanding these three stages is sufficient. If you ever hear the words deity stage, never provoke them. No one will be able to save you if you do. Sunny's tone and entire demeanor shifted, growing gravely serious when discussing the deity stage. Raze noted the implication that he, in his current state, was not a Pagna warrior. A no-name was someone without a clan affiliation or ties to the kingdom's or empire's elite. He could only imagine the strength he might have commanded had he transmigrated into the body of a powerful Pagna warrior. So, what stage are you at? Raze asked. Sunny smiled, thumping his chest. I'm at the initial stage, a rank 2 Pagna warrior, he declared. Raze was genuinely impressed. If a rank 2 warrior could unleash such power, he could barely fathom what a deity stage warrior was capable of. A thought suddenly clicked. Wait, were the ones who attacked us Pagna warriors as well? Sunny nodded. Then, if that's the case, why would Pagna warriors target a no-name family like ours? And even go to the extent of attacking us again last night? From Raze's newfound understanding, Pagna members typically refrained from meddling in civilian affairs unless they were high-ranking officials or had a deeply personal grievance. The repeated attacks utterly baffled him. I honestly don't know, Sunny replied, exhaling a deep sigh. There's a lot happening right now that we don't understand. Even though the Red Brigade controls this area, keeping track of everything is challenging. He gave Raze a stern look. Listen, I know you want answers, but don't even think about seeking revenge. An ordinary person like you wouldn't stand a chance against even a rank 1 Pagna warrior. Remember, you have a sister to care for. Revenge. Raze thought dismissively. Why would I care about a family I have no connection or memory of? The only people I want revenge on are the Grand Magus. Sunny was already halfway out the door, clearly pressed for time, so Raze didn't press him with more questions. He could either inquire next time or conduct his own research. Returning to Mr. Cron, Raze was introduced to the other occupants of the temple. 4 were his age, 3 boys and 1 girl. The first to catch Raze's eye was Simeon, a dark-skinned, curly-haired boy with an incredibly goofy smile, who seemed genuinely delighted to have new companions. Next were 2 boys. Gren, a handsome, well-built youth who only reached Raze's shoulders, seemed annoyed at being summoned without apparent reason. Beside him were the twins, Bio and Gio, identical except for their hair length. They offered polite but indifferent introductions. The remaining children were much younger, greeting Safa and Raze with wide smiles, waves and bows. After the introductions, everyone resumed their tasks. Safa continued cleaning ornaments and floors before sweeping outside. She was paired with the twins for cleaning, the main chore here. Raze was assigned to help prepare food and instructed to shadow Simeon. Entering the spacious kitchen, which resembled a canteen capable of feeding hundreds, Simeon lifted a large basket of potatoes and slammed it onto the table. "All right, just follow my lead, and I think you'll get the hang of it." Simeon grinned. They washed the potatoes, used a knife to remove unwanted roots, peeled them and tossed them into another basket. Simeon watched Raze closely, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Man, you peel those potatoes even better than me. How did you learn to use a knife so well?" Simeon inquired. "I lived alone for a while and learned to cook for myself. I've been doing this for a long time," Raze replied automatically. "A long time? Aren't you my age? Were you peeling potatoes since you were 3 or something?" Simeon joked, continuing his work. Raze's casual answer immediately struck him as a potential slip-up. The other children were unaware of his true backstory, but kids being kids, they would inevitably ask questions. Currently, he was supposed to have lived with his family, not alone. He needed to ensure his story remained consistent. "You must have had it rough too, huh? Don't worry, everyone here has had a hard life. But don't stress too much, we're in a good place." Simeon reassured him. Raze recalled Sunny's words about their safety, all thanks to Mr. Cron. Is it because of Mr. Cron? Is he a Pagna warrior too? Raze asked, wanting to gauge his surroundings and potential threats. In his current state, he might not even defeat a rank 1 warrior. "Huh," Simeon chuckled. "I guess you haven't heard. You did just arrive after all." He glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. "Rumors say that Mr. Cron used to teach at the Pagna Academy." "The Academy? There's a Pagna Academy?" Raze raised an eyebrow. Sunny hadn't mentioned it, but it made sense, considering Raze wasn't initially a warrior. Simeon was so shocked he dropped a potato he was peeling. Before it hit the ground, he kicked it back up, catching it, though it was now covered in dirt. "What rock have you been living under? How do you not know about the academy?" Simeon asked, bewildered. Raze pointed to his head. "I don't have many memories. Something happened to me before I came here." Raze put on a pained expression, hoping to ward off further questions. "Could you explain the academy?" The topic seemed to ignite Simeon's enthusiasm. He put down the potato and knife, gesticulating wildly as he explained. "The Pagna Academy is the place for anyone aspiring to make a mark in this world." Simeon elaborated. "There's one in each faction, including here in the Dark faction. It's a school funded by all the clans in the faction. It started as a way for the clans to nurture promising fighters, and its success ensured its continuation. Clan members send their children there, but it's also open to those not affiliated with any clan, offering a stepping stone into the world of Pagna. Upon graduation, other clans eagerly recruit you. Joining the academy isn't mandatory to become a Pagna, but for those like us, without a clan or access to cultivation techniques and skills, it's the only path to becoming a warrior." Simeon's voice trembled with excitement, unable to contain his fervor. The mention of the Pagna Academy reminded Raze of the Mage Academy. Though he had once been deemed magically inept, he had ultimately proven everyone wrong. He had even secured a respected position within the Mage Academy, despite never being a student. Those memories are ones I don't wish to relive, Raze reflected. However, not just anyone can join the academy. You must at least be able to cultivate your chi and demonstrate a rank 1 basic skill to a certain standard. Many unfamiliar terms, chi basic skills, were used, but Raze doubted Simeon could adequately explain them. He found written explanations in books far easier to comprehend. That's why we're fortunate to have Mr. Cron. He teaches us for an hour every day. Thanks to him, we all have a chance to become Pagna warriors. Raze examined his hand, clenching it into a fist. He had harmed many with his magic, but had he ever physically hurt someone with his bare hands? Memories of the assassin he'd killed flashed in his mind. He had certainly used his hands then. There was no doubt about that. I guess he was the first. I wonder if this body is capable of performing these martial arts skills. I guess I'll find out today. The group settled into a comfortable routine, enjoying a shared meal before tackling various chores. This included planting crops on the adjacent farm and assisting with odd jobs around the settlement. Though Mr. Cron assigned a substantial amount of work, it never felt burdensome. He ensured no one was overworked and permitted rest for anyone feeling tired. Raze noted with some surprise that no one ever complained about the tasks. Is it out of deference to Mr. Cron, or simply because life here is preferable to the loneliness of the outside world, where no one cares for you? He pondered. During meals, Raze and Safa always found themselves seated together, though they rarely spoke. Safa communicated her requests for dishes on the table through subtle hand gestures. Instinctively, Raze understood, passing her the desired plate. When Mr. Cron briefly excused himself, an air of relaxation settled over the table. "Aha, so she's mute," Gren exclaimed, snapping his fingers. "I wondered why she was always so quiet. Thought she had some screws loose, but she's just mute. Perfect for a wife, can't talk back." "That's not right, Gren," Simeon interjected, casting a quick glance at Raze to gauge his reaction to the slight against his kin. "We all live here like family. Would you say that about your own family?" "We are not family," Gren retorted instantly, almost insulted by the notion. "You've got dark skin. I've got light. Even the crippled girl could tell we're not family." Raze continued to eat, a wave of unease washing over him, yet it felt alien, as if the emotion wasn't entirely his own, but something else stirring within. He observed Simeon's balled fist, an unsurprising sight, given Gren's obnoxious nature and his tendency to make such remarks whenever Mr. Cron was absent. Silence descended upon the room with Mr. Cron's return. "Once you've finished eating, take a short break to digest. Then meet me in the courtyard for training," Mr. Cron instructed. At the announcement, all the children, even the youngest, brightened considerably, some eagerly raising their hands. I suppose even the little ones are keen on learning martial arts. And it reminds me of my own childhood excitement. Instead of a happy memory, an image of a 5-year-old Raze, weak and bruised, his eyes obscured by matted hair, flashed through his mind. Stay focused on the goal, he admonished himself. After a brief respite, everyone gathered in the vast courtyard before the main building, an area spacious enough to accommodate its own track and obstacle course. "As we have new arrivals today, I have a few words before we begin," Mr. Cron announced, his hands clasped behind his back, a posture that reminded Raze of military mages he'd encountered in his past life. "The world outside is perilous, especially for you all. Though many of you wish to avoid the Pagna, there is always a chance they will infiltrate the populace. Therefore, everything I teach you is vital for living a peaceful life out there. What you choose to do with these skills after you leave is entirely up to you. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," the children chorused. "Excellent. Gren, lead the warm-up," Mr. Cron commanded. Gren bowed before starting the warm-up, jogging around the entire courtyard with the other children following. Raze and his sister joined in at a comfortable pace. They continued jogging in a square, lap after lap, until Raze's feet began to drag, his lips felt parched, and his chest threatened to burst from the exertion. "What's happening?" Raze wondered as an 8-year-old child effortlessly sprinted past him, having already completed a full circuit ahead. Everyone, including his sister, managed to overtake Raze. I know my old body wasn't athletic, but I'm in a teenager's body now. Shouldn't I possess some basic capability? Why am I lagging behind everyone? Why is this body so frail? A troubling thought surfaced. Could it be linked to the forbidden spell he'd cast in the past to strengthen his body for 9-star magic? A practice that had turned his hair white. This new body also had white hair. Did that mean the spell's effects had transferred? At that moment, Raze paused, hands on his knees, taking a deep breath. Forget it. It's clear this body isn't suited for martial arts, Raze decided. But it doesn't matter. As long as I can still use magic, everything will be fine. Mr. Cron, who had been observing the new arrivals, Raze and his sister, called out. All right, Gren, continue with the next steps. Raze, Safa, come over here. Gren led the rest of the children through their basic warm-up, moving on to bodyweight exercises like push-ups, sit-ups, and squats. Witnessing their strenuous efforts, Raze felt a wave of relief that he wouldn't be joining them. Eventually, you two will be able to do the same, Mr. Cron said. But as it's your first day, we don't want you to overexert yourselves to the point of not wanting to exercise again. Both of you sit down with your backs facing away from me. They complied, sitting down as instructed. Soon after, they felt Mr. Cron place his hands on their backs. Neither of you has practiced martial arts before. What I am about to teach you will form the foundation of your martial arts. It's what we call Qi. Qi is the internal energy within your body. It originates from your dantian, an invisible force centered around your stomach. Every skill we employ, from the steps we take to the air we breathe, utilizes this power of Qi. That is why it's crucial to strengthen the dantian. Think of it as a plate, and Qi as the food. My initial lesson will be to teach you how to feel your Qi, the energy from the world, the energy surrounding you in plants and such, to fill your dantian. These two aspects are intertwined, and as you improve both, your rank as a warrior will increase, but that depends entirely on your future efforts. What the teacher explained was quite astonishing, as Raze found this concept of Qi remarkably similar to mana. The distinction lay in mana being external world energy, with one's skill determined by their ability to control it, which in turn depended on the strength of their magic core, located near the heart. Magic cores, however, allowed control over various types of ambient energy, depending on how well they were attuned to specific affinities. As you know, we belong to the Dark faction, and what I will teach you is the basic Dark faction cultivation technique, the Dark Essence Absorption technique. Once learned, you must cultivate and use this technique daily to expand your dantian, enabling you to use more Qi in your techniques. With this, I issue a warning: never exceed your limits. Absorbing more than your body can handle can have detrimental effects on your mental state and morality if not practiced with caution. Should either of you lose your sanity, I will personally deal with you. Inwardly, Raze couldn't suppress a smile. Was this dark magic he was learning? The warnings about dark magic driving one mad were consistent. Mad? Had he ever gone mad? No, he had always been lucid, always fully aware of his actions. If the dark magic meant to shatter his sanity had no effect, then he would embrace this dark essence cultivation technique with open arms. What an intriguing teacher, to threaten new pupils, whom he's just met, with death. If it's so perilous, why is he teaching it to us? This world is becoming rather interesting. I will now begin. Mr. Cron instructed them to close their eyes and meticulously follow each step of the process. He first guided them to envision a realm of absolute darkness, as if they were seated in a lightless cave or a forest shrouded in gloom. Once this image was vivid, they were to inhale slowly, deep breaths through the nose, exhaling through the mouth, striving to eliminate all distractions, all surrounding noises. Both of them are quite adept at following instructions, Mr. Cron mused. I can see it hasn't taken them long to tune out even the sounds of the kids training in the background. They are truly only listening to my voice. If I didn't know better, I would have thought they had both done this before. It came as a surprise to Cron, especially after witnessing Raze's dismal performance in physical activities. But everyone possessed their unique strengths and weaknesses. The next part is the difficult part. In your mind, the darkness surrounding you, you need to visualize it as energy. Imagine absorbing that darkness as energy into your being as you breathe in through your nose, all the way down into your body. When you exhale, visualize expelling the negative energy from your body. This was partly why Mr. Cron was touching their backs. It was a challenging task to accomplish entirely on one's own, but he could help their bodies sense the energy more easily by attempting to control the chi present in everyone. Then, as the chi entered, he would focus on building it within the dantian, ensuring it neither overflowed nor broke. He would repeat this process a few times until they could manage it themselves. This cultivation technique, building one's chi, formed the bedrock of all Pagna martial arts. Though the technique had its limits, and in the future, upon hitting bottlenecks, one would need to rely on absorbing items. Mr. Cron's eyebrow twitched slightly as he observed a developing phenomenon. With Safa, everything flowed smoothly. The energy accumulated substantially, forming a solid foundation in her stomach. The energy had already stabilized within her. She was a genuine talent. Mr. Cron wouldn't inform her directly, not at such a young age, as premature praise could easily stunt one's growth if it went to their head. However, it was Raze who made his eyebrow twitch. He could feel energy flowing into him, yet no impurities were being expelled from his body. Furthermore, Mr. Cron detected no chi entering his main dantian, situated just below the navel. I can tell the energy is entering him, but is his body absorbing it? If so, where exactly is it going? A phenomenon was unfolding, unprecedented in history. Perhaps even Raze himself couldn't have foreseen it. As Cron suspected, Raze was executing the cultivation technique flawlessly. This was because the concept of controlling ambient energy in such a manner bore many resemblances to mana. However, with this technique, the energy wasn't flowing to his chi core. Instead, it converged on his mana core, his heart. The dark essence he absorbed was augmenting his affinity for dark magic, thereby increasing his dark attribute. What are these techniques? He mused. Countless mages had sought ways to enhance their magical affinities. Due to a lack of research in dark magic, methods were scarce, often relying on conventional means like beast crystals from powerful creatures and special elixirs from rare herbs. But this is almost like simple meditation. With this, Raze's power, when using dark techniques, was increasing, though it didn't expand the total amount of mana he could control. Both aspects would need to progress in tandem, meaning Raze would eventually encounter a bottleneck. But if this truly was a world of magic, he would already be a step ahead of everyone else. All right, you two, commit this feeling to memory, and we will continue this practice every day from now on. Mr. Cron instructed. When they opened their eyes, they saw the other students had ceased their physical training and were now seated in meditative states, cultivating their own powers. Safa, may I speak with your brother alone for a moment? If you wish, you can join the others and practice what we just did, but only within your limits, Mr. Cron said. Usually, he wouldn't make such an allowance for a first-time cultivator, but Safa demonstrated perfect control. I wanted to speak with you privately, Mr. Cron began. I'll be frank. I don't believe the dark essence cultivation technique is for you. Not for me? Not for me? What does he mean? This is perfect for me. I can strengthen my dark energy just by meditating daily, Raze thought, bewildered. I don't want you to lose heart, the teacher said, his eyes serious yet kind. This doesn't mean you can't practice martial arts, but I may not be the one who can truly help you. My suspicion is that your body already contains a significant amount of light energy. What? Raze was utterly confused but allowed the teacher to elaborate on his theory. I'm not certain, as I am not a Pagna doctor, but occasionally we encounter individuals whose bodies naturally possess a large amount of either dark or light energy. Because they are born this way, their bodies are typically sickly and weak, burdened by many impurities accumulated since birth. When we cultivate, we cleanse our bodies of these impurities. When you were cultivating just now, the energy was absorbed, but no impurities were expelled from your body. So, my guess is that the energy was being destroyed by your body, which already has a lot of light energy within it, whereas a normal body would be an empty vessel of sorts. Raze now understood the teacher's theory, but the energy wasn't being destroyed. It was simply being added to his mana core instead. What I suggest is for you to learn a different cultivation technique. There are those that absorb more than just the energy of dark and light, however. I do not know of any other cultivation techniques besides the one I just demonstrated. Perhaps, if you joined the academy or traveled elsewhere, you would be able to learn another. However, if you plan to remain in the Dark faction, I must warn you. The fighting techniques taught by the Dark clan use dark energy as their basis alongside chi. While you can use another energy, it might mean you won't derive the full benefit from that technique. Dark energy is more destructive and expands widely, so the techniques taught suit that energy. Light energy is more direct and focused. One can use different energy to perform different fighting techniques, but the results might not be optimal. I will continue to teach you fighting techniques, but I only know those belonging to the Dark faction, so in the future, if you cultivate another energy, it might not be the best fit for you. Hearing all this, Raze bowed deeply, expressing his genuine gratitude to the teacher. While this news might have been disheartening for many, Raze was overjoyed by what he had just learned. That does make me wonder though, if I did learn a different cultivation technique, would I also be able to control chi in my dantian? Since the energy wouldn't be absorbed by my magic core, would I then be able to practice both martial arts and magic? Despite Raze's lack of a chi core to cultivate, he was still invited to the next segment of the class training. The students lined up in the courtyard, each with several meters of space around them. A strong bodily foundation is crucial, and you build that by reinforcing your body with chi, breaking down muscles to repair and create a stronger physique, combined with regular physical activity. Does anyone know what the next vital step is? Kron asked. Simeon and a few others raised their hands, and Kron nodded toward Simeon. Fighting techniques, Simeon declared, throwing a punch into the air. It sounded notably powerful, with a discernible current of wind flowing around his arm from the impact. The variety of techniques you possess is important for versatility against an opponent, but I'm looking for something that would elevate even that. Gren then raised his hand straight up, and Kron selected him this time. Footwork, sir. Without proper footwork, the appropriate power cannot be channeled into one's techniques. Moreover, the fundamental principle of any battle is to strike without being struck. A pleased smile spread across Kron's face. Correct. This is why I've been teaching you all the basic two-step shift. It's the simplest of footwork techniques, but can be integrated into any other technique to significantly enhance its power. Raze, observing everyone, was starting to piece things together. Gren was a bit two-faced, a model student in front of the teacher, but quick to treat others as inferiors once Kron's back was turned. Allow me to demonstrate. Kron took a deep breath through his nostrils, then, channeling the chi within him, unleashed a punch into the air. A loud bang erupted right before their eyes. Though it struck only air, Raze's heart began to pound faster. That's it. That attack possesses the same power Sunny had. The power to shatter boulders with a single fist. Now, I want you to watch carefully as I incorporate the two-step shift. Kron instructed. He adopted the same fighting stance, but with his legs spread wider apart. Then, he moved forward, his front foot landing perfectly, followed by his back foot. There was a forward shift, and with impeccable timing, the fist was thrown. Each movement, including the 2 steps, utilized chi. When his arm fully extended and his fist struck the air, a louder bang, nearly 4 times as intense, resonated. Furious currents of wind were generated. Now do you see? The 2-step shift is a technique in itself, and the spiral punch is another. When executing these moves, I used the same amount of chi, yet the power was amplified. Even if your chi isn't strong, if you can perfect your footwork and integrate it into your techniques, you will be capable of delivering a powerful strike. Kron proceeded to demonstrate just the footwork several times, and each student slowly repeated the steps again and again. Kron then circulated, offering pointers to each person. Once satisfied with the basic movements, he permitted them to accelerate the 2-step shift, correcting their mistakes as they inevitably sped up. Finally, he allowed them to add a simple punch at the end, merely extending their arm, not a specialized technique like he had demonstrated earlier. Everyone performed reasonably well, though it was difficult for the students to accurately assess each other, lacking the skill level to identify flawed techniques. For a moment, he paused, watching Safa. "You are very adept at following instructions and copying, aren't you?" Kron complimented. Safa turned her head, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of red. Then it was Raze's turn once more. He mimicked the steps, and while his movements weren't sloppy, they felt devoid of energy. Not only that, but he was already more fatigued than anyone else. This could be a consequence of his minimal chi or a body laden with impurities. It's a pity, as he seems to follow instructions well, Kron mused. Raze caught the look the teacher gave him before moving on. "I've seen that look before, many times. Back then they thought the same thing. They said I'd never achieve anything, never change anything, and then I became the most wanted man in the world." Raze clenched his fists, continuing the steps relentlessly until his body could take no more. "All right," Kron clapped. "As always, we'll proceed with the final part of our exercise." Walking to another section of the courtyard, they approached what appeared to be a massive pillar. Immediately, Raze discerned it was no ordinary pillar. He could see energy being drawn from the air and absorbed by the structure itself. "That's interesting. I wonder what material it's made of. If objects like this exist, then perhaps there are similar ingredients on Altairan. If so, I might even be able to create elixirs to improve this body's condition," Raze thought. Kron gave the pillar a light tap, and the energy from his fist was almost entirely absorbed. On the pillar's surface, a number faintly materialized, as if etched into the stone, and settled precisely at 50. "I hope each of you remembers your last scores." Kron smiled. One by one, the students prepared themselves, using the 2-step and punch technique to strike the pillar. The number on the pillar would change. It was intriguing how the pillar seemed to absorb the force of the hit silently, then register the impact. The first to attempt it, an 8-year-old child, achieved a score of 12, demonstrating good technique. It also highlighted the stark difference in power, given how lightly Kron had tapped it. "Ah, now I see. It's a measuring device." The students record their scores to track their improvement. Most students jumped for joy as their numbers surpassed their previous scores. The readings ranged from 10, with the highest Raze had observed being around 20. Soon it was Simeon's turn. His hands trembled, and he looked somewhat nervous. He followed the steps, striking the machine with a loud bang, waiting for the number to appear. 14. Simeon mumbled. "That's the same as last time. Why have I been stuck on this number for so long?" Next up, a wide grin on his face, was Gren. He was Simeon's polar opposite, confident in every step. When he finally unleashed his fist, striking the pillar, the score flashed. "Yes, I finally did it. I finally surpassed the 20s. As annoying as a person might be, one had to acknowledge skill and talent when it was present. "All right, last up, Sappha and Raze, the newcomers," Cron shouted. On that extensive Red Brigade base, Sunny entered one of the large meeting rooms where a lone man sat, his back to Sunny, wearing a red helmet with a sharp point atop his head. "How are the children?" the man asked. "They are doing well. With Mr. Cron, we have no immediate worries for them. Only we know his location," Sunny stated. "That brings me some relief," the man replied. "We must protect them. Those two are the sole survivors of that attack. I'm certain there will be those who will stop at nothing to ensure their demise." Sappha, one of the two recent arrivals, was the first to step forward. Raze, despite the passage of time, still carried a lingering exhaustion. He yearned to perform optimally on the measuring device, hoping to gauge his own capabilities against his peers. As Sappha advanced, Gren leaned towards the twins beside him, his voice a low hiss. "Look, it's the cripple's turn. Let's see what a non-fully functional human scores." A titter escaped the twins' lips at his words. The twins themselves had achieved respectable scores, each hitting around 18. Together with Gren, they clearly considered themselves, and openly projected, their dominance among the children present. Such petty concerns, Raze mused. When these children faced the harsh realities of the world, they would grasp the utter futility of such trivial rankings. What mattered wasn't who was prettiest or strongest, but securing a meal and shelter. Envan, Sappha stepped forward, gathering her focus. With a ready nod to Cron, she performed the two-step shift. To Raze's discerning eye, her execution appeared flawless, even surpassing the teacher's demonstration. As her fist thrust out, a faint spark of inner energy shimmered from it. The strike connected with the pillar, and its surface began to register changing numbers. "Haha." Cron's grin was irrepressible. "I knew you were gifted." Raze glanced at Gren, whose jaw hung agape. He considered Gren's years of arduous training at the temple, the sheer effort culminating in a score of 22. Yet, here was a newcomer, after a mere few instructions, matching that very achievement. This, Raze understood, was the definition of raw talent. A self-satisfied smile gracing her lips, Sappha rejoined the others in line. Now, it was Raze's turn. "Come on, Raze," Simeon roared, his voice echoing through the courtyard. "If your little sister can manage that, I'm expecting great things from you." "Seriously?" Raze wondered, settling into position. Couldn't he tell how feeble this body was? Simeon's cheer held an endearing innocence. He was, by nature, a cheerful fellow, a rare trait for an orphan. Pushing all else aside, Raze concentrated. "I've rested adequately. I want to execute this flawlessly, just this once. Ready now." Raze deliberately slowed his pace. He meticulously recalled Cron's movements, then his sister's recent display. His legs began to move, mirroring the grace he envisioned in their bodies. He replicated the two-step shift, then launched his fist forward. It struck the pillar directly, its energy instantly absorbed. A solid strike. He mimicked his sister's movements with uncanny precision. Cron observed, watching the emerging number. Yet, his body is utterly frail, devoid of any chi force. I'm often at a loss with him. He's a perfect mimic, a natural at practicing movements, a talent equal to his sister's, but his physique simply cannot match his skill. Tan Senwood's any vie de fraud. Raze gasped for air, his breath ragged, despite performing only 3 movements, 2 steps and a punch. The intense focus, compounded by his prior exercises, had left him utterly spent. Perhaps an attack half as strong as the others isn't entirely terrible, he conceded. "What in the B? Gren hissed to the twins once more. "I thought his sister was the cripple, but it might be him." What the heck is wrong with that guy? Honestly, if Master Cron wastes his time on this one, he's just wasting our time. As the day drew to a close, Raze felt enriched by new insights into this world, knowledge that promised to strengthen his magical foundations. It was a promising beginning, and he felt certain he would soon exceed the power he wielded in his former life. Exhausted, everyone retired to their rooms for the night. Raze found his sister in their shared chamber, lying on her bed, a perpetual smile adorning her face. She must be ecstatic too. It's good to see her smile after losing their parents. Raze reflected, then abruptly shook his head, questioning his own thoughts. He clenched a fist and struck his own thigh, frustration contorting his features. "This cursed body is muddling my emotions," he muttered, bitterness lacing his voice, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. "It reacts every time I see his sister. Was he some kind of siscon? How long until these foreign feelings dissipate?" "Old Raze, you're gone. Stop clinging to this body and let me pursue my own path." Before succumbing to sleep, Raze adopted the meditative posture he'd learned earlier. He began cultivating dark essence, drawing in the ambient energy and guiding it towards his dark core. "This feels productive, but assessing my progress is difficult," Raze mused. On Altarian, facilities existed to precisely measure mana capability and dark essence power. These, particularly, at least, a sudden insight struck him. A method to measure his power did exist in this world. He rose, approached the door, and turned to his sister. "Don't breathe a word to anyone about me leaving this place," Raze instructed, then slapped his forehead, recalling her inability to speak. "I mean, just keep this secret, all right?" Safa nodded, her gaze tracking Raze's exit, a flicker of curiosity crossing her features as she pondered his late-night intentions. Raze moved like a shadow through the silent building, thankful that everyone else remained asleep. The crisp night air met him as he slipped outside. He crossed the courtyard, arriving at the training grounds and stopping before the measuring pillar. "This device," I observed its function. "It absorbs kinetic energy from strikes, which implies..." Raze raised his hand, a dark aura coalescing around it. "It should measure magical force too." Wrenched in Puden, he aimed his hand at the pillar and intoned, "Dark pulse." A focused beam of energy pulsed from his palm, striking the target. As with physical strikes, the energy was absorbed soundlessly, and numbers began to manifest on the pillar's surface. "I can sense it. The dark energy is already more potent than before, thanks to the cultivation technique. Naturally, its effects will diminish over time, but this progress is still remarkable." The final score materialized, drawing a smile from Raze. It revealed him to be the third strongest in terms of raw single-hit power. Moreover, Dark Pulse was a ranged skill he could deploy at least 5 times, making him confident he could best any of the other children in a direct confrontation. Content with his findings, Raze resolved to continue his cultivation technique and nightly tests on the pillar, meticulously tracking his skill's growth. Yet, before fully turning away, he paused, his gaze drawn back to the pillar. He approached, assuming the same stance he had used earlier that day, the 2-step shift. This should function, shouldn't it? As before, he reviewed the steps, feeling thoroughly rested, and executed the footwork precisely. Then, preparing his punch, he channeled dark aura around his hand. Dark pulse. Raze's fist connected with the pillar, and a ripple of dark energy spiraled into it simultaneously. The impact felt undeniably more powerful. Numbers began to cascade across the pillar's surface. Speechless, Raze grappled with the implications. Cron's earlier words suddenly clicked into place. Cron mentioned the 2-step shift could augment other techniques, didn't he? What if I combined the 2-step with a dark pulse skill embedded in my punch? Would it amplify the effect? I lack chi energy, but the skill improved my physical strike, so theoretically it should work. and it appears it did. He had anticipated a combined score of 29, simply his physical punch added to the dark pulse. However, the specialized footwork, when integrated with the magical skill, had evidently enhanced the magic attack itself, yielding an astonishing total of 35. I was right. Combining martial arts with my magic, even without chi, works. Raze felt he had just taken his inaugural stride towards becoming a true magic fighter. Though exhausted, he yearned for another attempt, but his body's growing weakness warned him that further efforts would yield diminished returns. Just then, movement stirred within the temple. He needed to vanish quickly. He darted to the side of the temple entrance. One of the children had awoken. Concluding it best to return to his room, Raze considered his next moves. The next morning, Master Cron rose before any of the children. A disciplined trainer, his routine demanded less sleep than his young charges. Reaching the courtyard, he made his way to the pillar. While the numbers on the front vanished after a short while, Cron knew to check the back, where all scores were permanently recorded. He meticulously tracked each student's improvement there. His eyebrows shot up in astonishment. What? When was this logged? Who achieved such a formidable score? The new day dawned, and to Raze's surprise, his slumber on the hard wooden floorboards had been remarkably deep, the most peaceful he'd known in a long time. The usual internal chaos was absent. No gnawing anxiety of pursuit or imminent attack, just dreams woven with hopeful glimpses of the future. Rubbing the last vestiges of sleep from his eyes, he was pleased to find Safa already awake, serene in a meditative pose on her bed. Diligent, I see, Raze observed. Keep that up. The world can turn on its head in an instant, and those people might return to finish us. His abrupt remark shattered Safa's concentration, and her eyes immediately welled up, tears already forming as the memory of her parents' demise resurfaced. Oh, come on, Raze protested, irritation creeping into his voice. Their deaths were days ago, aren't you over it yet? Slightly annoyed, Raze left the room. As the door clicked shut, a familiar weight settled in his chest. Death, the loss of loved ones, had become an inescapable facet of his existence. The only recourse was to focus on survival and advancement. When you lose someone, you must redirect all your energy into the next objective, and for me, that's eliminating them. Ben Wyden of the woefde the del ieder the tolure, the gay began much like the last, with chores distributed among the children. This morning, however, Raze was present, meaning he had to help prepare breakfast. He and Simeon were again paired, tending to a pot of boiling bones for hot, fresh bone soup. Hey, your sister's moves yesterday were incredible. She's genuinely talented, Simeon remarked. You know, you'll need to push yourself to keep up with her. I bet when she's older, she'll have suitors queuing up. You might have to fend them off. Why would I need to? Raze countered. She's stronger than I am. Surely she can handle them herself. It's just what family does. Simeon declared. Strength isn't the point. You're her older brother. We're hardly close, Raze replied, stirring the soup without looking up. She'll have to manage such matters on her own. Raze's words elicited an uncharacteristic silence from Simeon, until a few moments later, he finally spoke. Be careful, Raze, Simeon said, his tone subdued. You never truly appreciate what you have until it's gone. Cherish your family. Raze had never witnessed Simeon so serious. His usual demeanor was relentlessly cheerful. Raze remained silent, though he longed to respond. Trust me, I understand that better than anyone. And Menactoundos Assi, just as they prepared for the next step, Master Cron suddenly entered the kitchen. Ah, nearly finished, I see. Raze, may I have a word with you? Simeon, perhaps you could assist the others with cleaning the hall for now? Raze and I will join you shortly to serve breakfast. Of course, Simeon agreed, casting a quick backward glance before leaving the room. That's a bit odd. Why does Master Cron want to speak with Raze? Did he misbehave? Nonetheless, Simeon proceeded into the main hall. It was a vast chamber, lined with armament stands requiring dusting. At the far end stood a colossal statue of one of the legendary founders of the Dark faction. The figure was hooded, its face obscured, a consistent depiction across all images and statues of the faction's leader. A sprawling wooden floor completed the space. Each child was assigned a specific cleaning area, and Simeon spotted Safa diligently scrubbing the floors. Raze can be tough to talk to. It'd be good to approach Safa and figure out what's going on. But she can't speak. Oddly enough, I still feel she's more approachable. And Simeon made his way towards Safa, intending to strike up a conversation. He watched a bucket of filthy dark water splash across the very section she had just meticulously cleaned. "Ah, crap," Gren cried out, feigning dismay. "I've spilled the bucket everywhere." "So sorry, especially after you just finished cleaning this spot." "Oh well, what can you do? You don't mind scrubbing it all again, do you?" "I wouldn't mind doing it for you, but you'd have to ask me first. You know, say the words, 'Can you clean it?'" As he finished, the twins, Bio and Gio, couldn't stifle their giggles. Everyone knew by now that Safa was mute. Damn it, why did Gren have to pick on her? Simeon thought, rubbing his temples. Safa, naturally, remained silent. She simply resumed cleaning the newly created mess, an easy task for her, all too aware of the deliberate provocation. The twins exchanged a glance, a mischievous idea dawning on them. Grabbing their own buckets of dirty cleaning water, they charged directly at Safa. "Hey, Gio, stop shoving me." "No, you stop pushing me, Bio." Colliding forcefully, the buckets flew, dousing Safa completely in filthy water. Other children turned, their gazes drawn to her drenched form. They recognized this pattern. They had seen it unfold before. Safa had clearly become the trio's chosen target. Raze followed Master Kron into his study. This was Raze's second time in the room, but instead of the sofa, he now stood before the desk while Kron settled into his chair. "I've given considerable thought to yesterday's situation and my previous inability to aid you," Kron announced, retrieving a small box from behind him and placing it on the desk. "After much reflection, I've made a decision. You have talent, Raze, and it would be cruel to send you out into the world defenseless." Kron opened the box, revealing a small crimson sphere. "This is an Essence Foundation pill," he explained. "Ingesting it will grant you a decade's worth of chi cultivation. Your constitution may alter its full effect, but it could be the catalyst your body needs to forge its foundation." Raze couldn't tear his eyes from the pill, not because of Kron's words, but due to the potent energy emanating from it. Possessing the rare ability to manipulate ambient mana, Raze was exquisitely sensitive to such forces. This pill, it pulses with the same energy as a crystal from an otherworldly beast. Could I harness this to return to Alterian, to my own world? The pill before him shimmered with swirling energy, a sensation Raze knew intimately. It mirrored the power radiating from mythical creatures in his former world, or more precisely, from the crystals left behind upon their death. Raze originated from Alterian, a planet without such mythical beasts. However, mages there, through immense magical power, physical prowess, and relentless experimentation, had achieved a monumental breakthrough: the ability to open portals to other worlds or perhaps other planets. The distinction was still debated. On these foreign shores roamed mythical creatures, beasts of incredible power wielding strength comparable to mages. When slain, they yielded potent crystals. These crystals represented a monumental advancement, enabling mages to forge artifacts that amplified their abilities, accelerated physical growth to advance through star stages, and even to open portals themselves. This epoch was celebrated as magic's golden age. Even now, portals were constantly opened to hunt beasts for ever stronger crystals. Yet, despite exploring countless planets and locales, no other intelligent life had been discovered, at least to Raze's awareness. A high-star mage with mastery of magic circle formations can generate portals using their own mana. As a one-star mage, my mana reserves are inadequate. But instead of my own mana, I can channel the power of a crystal, or in this case, this pill. No other forms of sentient life had been found through the myriad portals. The world Raze now occupied was fantastical, yet undeniably real. This fact offered a flicker of hope. A portal could conceivably lead him back to Alterion. Success on the first attempt is improbable. Still, even if I'm transported elsewhere, I can hunt beasts, collect more crystals to enhance my body's strength, and advance to the next star stage. This pill is extraordinarily rare, Raze, Kron continued, his voice softer. For individuals like us, obtaining something of this caliber might take a lifetime. While trivial to intermediate and deity stage Pagna warriors, we are far from their level. It is crucial that you do not disclose my involvement to the other students. Ideally, consume it discreetly tonight. It will take several hours for your body to fully absorb the energy. Kron gave a subtle wink. Raze was truly puzzled by Kron's unexpected generosity, a nagging suspicion of ulterior motives rising within him. For now, he pushed it aside, knowing he had no intention of following Kron's instructions for the pill's use. With that, their meeting concluded, and they rejoined the others for breakfast. Upon entering the main hall, they immediately noticed Sappha, drenched and dripping with water. What occurred here? Kron demanded. That was us, sir. Gio stammered, bowing his head. My brother and I were just playing carelessly and made a mistake. We'll clean it up straight away. It's all right, Kron reassured. Sappha, go clean up, change your clothes, and then come for breakfast. The rest of you, don't concern yourselves with this. I will see to it. The children obeyed, preparing for breakfast, while Gren, Gio, and Bio exchanged triumphant grins. Breakfast passed without incident. Sappha joined them later, and everyone ate. A short break followed before the chores recommenced. Since Simeon, having praised Raze's cooking, remained partnered with him in the kitchen, preparing both lunch and dinner. As they busily chopped vegetables, Simeon's silence finally broke. Hey man, I don't know if your sister was going to tell you, but what happened to her this morning wasn't an accident, Simeon disclosed. You mean her getting drenched? Raze clarified. Yeah man, listen, I've seen it before. Those three hate anyone talented intruding on their turf. They bask in being Kron's star pupils and get jealous easily. If you show them up, they'll try to bring you down. Why do you think my practice scores are always so low? Because you're bad? Raze shot back without hesitation. Simeon felt a jab to the heart, but forced himself to dismiss it, knowing there was a painful kernel of truth in the barb. He was simply trying to preserve his dignity. Hey, I'm serious about this. Things will only worsen. The last person they targeted like this ended up abandoning the temple. They've done it before and faced no consequences, so they'll do it again. Raze sighed, recognizing the path Simeon's argument was taking. You just said it yourself. It's happened before and it will happen again. Nothing will change unless someone does something. My intervention won't shift anything. Sappha needs to learn to defend herself. The world is full of people like them. So when this happens again and no one's there to protect her, what will she do? Cry like she did just now? Will a white knight like you always appear to save her? Simeon's face burned with embarrassment at the pointed jab. Besides, what am I expected to do? Raze added, his gaze fixed on the carrots he chopped. She's stronger than me. I'm just a weakling who'd only get hurt trying to intervene. But she's your Sai. Enough. Raze cut him off, his voice unusually sharp. It was the first time he'd ever yelled, particularly at Simeon. The whole conversation grated on Raze. His body's conflicting reactions only exacerbated his irritation. When he'd first seen his sister, he'd felt a strange urge to rush to her side, to embrace her. Yet, Raze also knew that kinship didn't guarantee kindness. Those closest, family, were often capable of inflicting the deepest wounds. Sappha needed to cultivate her own strength. Outside, children swept the grounds. Sappha worked near the temple stairs, while Gren and the twins occupied the sprawling courtyard, occasionally casting glances over their shoulders at her. "That was pretty clever what you did back there," Gio chuckled. "How long do you think this one will last?" Bio asked. "I don't know. She might stick around a bit longer, having her brother here." "Yeah, but he's a weakling. He can't do anything. Maybe we should target him too? That way she'll leave sooner, and they'll both be gone." "No," Gren cut in, halting their chatter. "Leave her brother be. He seems completely unbothered by any of this. I'm sure they're not close, and besides, as you said, he's weak. There's nothing to fear from him." Though Gren voiced these words, his true thoughts diverged. There was something unsettling about the new boy. I'm not sure if I imagined it, but when he emerged with Kron and saw his sister, it was just for a fleeting moment. But those eyes. I can't explain why, but my entire body shudders whenever I recall them. The twilight deepened, much like the previous day, signaling the commencement of their afternoon training. Raze, once again subjecting himself to the physical drills, found himself struggling as before. Still, he pushed to exceed his last attempt. 3 minutes and 25 seconds this time, I think. A gradual improvement is possible if I maintain consistency. It's a pity there are no elixirs here. Though if cultivation pills exist, perhaps I could procure more. Raze pondered. On second thought, the notion felt too hazardous. The temple's remote location, far from the bustling city, meant that valuable cultivation aids were exclusive to the Pagna warriors. Unless he willingly sought peril, his path to advancement had to be self-made. With my current stamina, I might not even make it there and back before dawn. During the run, Safa kept pace near the front, trailing closely behind Gren. Observing her proximity, Gren subtly increased his speed. While other students began to fall behind, Safa's face, a mask of resolve, showed no signs of faltering. What is she trying to prove? To outrun me? Who does she think she is? Gren thought with a flicker of annoyance. In an abrupt maneuver, he deftly lifted his foot and, at the precise moment, stomped down on Safa's, causing her to lose balance. Their rapid stride compounded the impact, sending her sprawling, her hands scraping painfully against the ground. Witnessing the accident, Kron promptly halted the group and directed them to the next phase. Simeon, meanwhile, cast disdainful looks at Gren and the twins, occasionally glancing at Raze. Does he genuinely not care about his sister? Simeon mused. Next came meditation, a practice of channeling inner energy and refining one's chi. Raze found immense satisfaction in this, sensing the strengthening power of his dark core. Soon, they transitioned to the practical segment. Having mastered the two-step shift, I will now instruct you on controlling distance in a genuine combat scenario. Kron announced. Pair up with someone of comparable ability. Begin with your fist lightly touching your opponent's nose. Take 2 steps back. Perform the two-step shift and return to your initial position. Your partner's role is to concentrate on the incoming fist, resisting any urge to flinch. Start slowly, then progressively pick up speed. If a strike becomes unavoidable, dodge, but only if you anticipate it. As students began to select partners, Simeon approached Raze. Hey, I know I'm more advanced than you in this, but for one, I think I'm your only conversational partner, and for another, pitting you against the younger ones, that's clearly unfair. Raze merely offered a shrug in reply. Simeon initiated, throwing punches without the two-step shift. Raze remained entirely unfazed. Even when Simeon integrated the two-step shift, Raze held steady, appearing almost bored. Is it truly not frightening? Simeon inquired. Are you inviting me to actually hit you? Simeon had to admit, at that moment, Raze wore a remarkably punchable expression. He quickly regretted his words. Raze, in a feigned attack, sent a fist toward Simeon, who recoiled in startled surprise. How were you so composed? I couldn't even keep my eyes open, Simeon exclaimed. As a mage, I've confronted countless magical formations. A mere fist is the least of my concerns, Raze thought. He silently pondered how he might fare against a true Pagna warrior. Elsewhere, Safa searched for a partner. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she spotted her brother, ready to approach him, but Gren stepped into her path. Our pillar test scores were similar, and we're roughly the same height. No one else's results came close to ours, so we should be partners, right? Trapped by Gren's irrefutable logic and unable to articulate her disagreement, Safa communicated through sign language. "All right, here I go," Gren declared, launching his fist forward. Overly zealous, he shot his fist out, connecting squarely with Safa's nose. Blood spattered as she collapsed, dazed and wounded. "I'm so sorry, I misjudged the distance. I should have listened to Kron." Gren cried, extending a helping hand and bowing profusely. Overwhelmed by emotion and on the verge of tears, Safa rejected his offer. With her family gone and her brother's apparent indifference, she felt utterly adrift and alone. She had believed she could find solace in Kron's praise for her martial skills, yet now she was subjected to such treatment. Why? Simeon took a step forward, then abruptly froze, staring at the ground. "I truly want to help," Simeon thought. "It's obvious they're doing this intentionally. Even if I report it to Mr. Kron, he'll only reprimand them. He won't expel them from the temple, they're too talented. Then they'll target me. If that happens, I don't know if I can cope. If I leave the temple, my dream of becoming a Pagna warrior will be shattered." Due to these unfortunate incidents, Kron reassigned partners, and training concluded for the night. Back in their room, Safa gingerly felt her nose. It was sore but didn't seem broken. She was either tougher than she looked, or Gren hadn't used his full force. Regardless, sleep proved elusive. "As always, don't tell anyone what I'm doing," Raze said, sliding the door open. He paused, lingering in the doorway before closing it again. "If you're feeling frustrated, sad, angry, annoyed, or whatever it is you're feeling right now, if you don't act on it now, you'll end up feeling much worse later. My advice, fight back." With that, Raze opened the door and departed. This time, instead of the courtyard, he sought a more isolated spot. The temple itself was built partway up a substantial hilltop, encircled by a dense forest. Exiting the temple grounds was straightforward, and after traversing a considerable distance into the woods, finding an open clearing, he finally stopped, gasping for breath from his exertion. "I wonder if Kron anticipated me leaving the temple. He did instruct me to consume the pill away from prying eyes, and I assume that includes my sister." Raze snapped off a branch and began sketching a circle on the ground. Inside the larger circle, he meticulously drew numerous symbols. The symbols within a magic circle provide instructions for energy manipulation. "As an outcast in my former life, I lacked access to the standard facilities available to other mages, forcing me to commit these magic circles to memory. See, Mimes, I'm confident this particular circle opens a portal to a relatively safe location, populated by the creatures I seek. However, I'm on an entirely different planet, which means these symbols could potentially lead me somewhere completely unexpected. For now, it's best to avoid experimentation and stick to what I know." Lifting the stick, Raze admired the intricate design he'd rendered. Only one final step remained. He retrieved the pill from its container, extended his arm, and carefully dropped it into the circle's center. Then, moving to the circle's perimeter, dark magic enveloped his index finger as he lightly touched the very edge of the drawing. Immediately, the magic circle emitted a faint purple luminescence, the light flowing and filling each line Raze had painstakingly drawn. Once fully illuminated, it flared, and the pill's energy began to be siphoned away. "I would have been curious to see what happened if I'd consumed the pill, but this is undeniably the safer option. A wide grin spread across Raze's face as a large glowing portal materialized before his eyes. It resembled a colossal floating mirror, yet offered no reflection. Instead, an ethereal luminous power radiated from it, bathing the forest in its mystical glow. It worked. Raze murmured to himself, and without a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the portal. Time to get stronger, then I can truly contend with this world of martial arts. Heavily to Italy. Crossing through a portal was always an unsettling experience. The sensation was akin to a temporary dissolution of one's very being, ethereal, almost empty. Once on the other side, familiar sensations, like the whisper of the wind, would gradually return to awareness. No matter how many times he endured it, that fleeting void was something he could never quite grow accustomed to. As Raze's boot met solid ground, the portal behind him snapped shut with an almost electric hum. He surveyed his surroundings, a flurry of questions assailing his mind. Where am I? Raze wondered. This bears no resemblance to Alterian. I used the identical magic circle formation. How did I end up somewhere entirely unknown? Above, the night sky was painted with the deep crimson of a massive red moon, casting an ominous glow over everything below. Cobblestones paved the ground beneath his feet, strewn with decaying crates, tarnished silver, and items too eroded to identify. Dominating his view, however, was an imposing structure, reminiscent of ancient architecture from Raze's own world. It possessed the grandeur of a colosseum, though time had clearly taken its toll. An eerie absence of life, even vegetation, pervaded the scene. Spotting the faint imprint of his magic circle on the ground, Raze swiftly scuffed it away with his foot, committing his surroundings to memory. Between the collapsed wagon and those sinister, heart-shaped trees, he catalogued the location in his mind. The residual energy of a portal lingered for several days. Should Raze return and re-etch the same formation, infusing it with his magic, a gateway back to his new homeland would open. But he couldn't risk someone else activating it, hence the need to erase the marking. For now, exploration seemed the only logical course of action. He mused whether Alterian held any records of this place. Through their portal projects, mages had visited countless worlds, each uniquely distinct. Some harbored treasures potent even for mages, such as the book Raze had acquired, the very one containing the transmigration spell. While intelligent life remained an elusive mystery on these worlds, remnants of past civilizations were frequently encountered. Drawn by the sheer majesty of the Colosseum, Raze began ascending its steps. A distant cityscape beckoned, but the immediate allure of the massive structure proved irresistible. Suddenly, a guttural growl vibrated from his right. Turning, Raze's eyes fixed on a capsized carriage, from behind which 3 menacing eyes gleamed. "Trust me, growling at me won't end well for you," Raze warned, magic already pulsing around his hand, its intensity deepening. With a terrifying roar, a beastly creature launched itself from the carriage's shadow. Roughly the size of a husky but far more formidable with its trio of eyes, spike-laden back, and hairless ruby-red skin, it charged. As it lunged, Raze thrust forward. Dark pulse. A surge of shadowy energy erupted, slamming into the creature and piercing its midsection. As it hurtled onward, Raze deftly rolled, evading its snapping jaws. Regaining his footing, he observed that the creature, though grievously wounded, still posed a threat. Lifting his arm, he aimed it at the beast's head and unleashed a smaller, yet more focused, dark pulse, instantly incapacitating it. Ugh, my leg is killing me. Perhaps the 2-step shift would have been smarter. Why did I trust my instincts? Once defeated, the creature emitted a mysterious black mist. The ethereal veil drifted towards Raze, sinking seamlessly into his skin, drawn magnetically to his dark core. Ah, the advantages of dark magic that my previous body couldn't utilize. A smirk touched Raze's lips. Every life taken enhances the dark element. It's why it's been shunned, branded as taboo. My former wind core restricted my dark potential, not this time. His gaze fell upon the fallen beast, reflecting on their brief skirmish. Stronger attacks, but such limited mana. 3 more dark pulses at most without any other spells. His hands began their work, dissecting the creature with unsettling expertise. Blood spurted and flesh parted until he uncovered his prize. A crystal. Bingo. This is why I'm here. His eyes sparkled with excitement. The crystal shimmered faintly, a muted yellow hue hinting at its power. This was a basic creature, yielding a basic crystal. To common folk, it was a treasure. To top mages, nothing of note. But to a 1-star mage like Raze, every particle mattered. Tucking the crystal away, he redirected his attention to the nearby crates and cases. Moments later, he held up a ring. Finding a patch of bare ground, he began to craft another magic circle. In my former life, social standing confined me. I made ends meet by selling enhanced gear and elixirs to boost mages. Dark magic creations were the pinnacle, if only they didn't come with their quirks. Upon completing the circle, the ring and crystal met. Fueled by dark magic, an item could attain the caliber suitable for a 3-star mage. A swift, magic-infused gesture ignited the circle. The silver ring commenced its transformation, emerging with a regal purple hue. "Reveal the ring's properties," Raze commanded. A ghostly whisper responded. "The cursed dark ring, the item is bound to a single user. As it taken off, the ring will be destroyed. If destroyed, the user will lose 10% of its dark attribute power." And, as such was the inherent drawback of dark magic. Its creations were always cursed, always demanding a price. A general use item had been converted into something intensely personal and untradeable. Furthermore, if the item were destroyed, even in combat, or if Raze later wished to utilize a superior item, he would forfeit a portion of his power. For the one who wears this ring, with each life taken using dark magic, a portion of their mana will return. Nice. That's the 3-star magic boost I needed. Raze slid the ring onto his index finger. A brief surge of power, an intimate connection with his core. Then, nothing. With this, hunting beasts just got considerably easier. He resumed his journey toward the Colosseum. Suddenly, a distant scream echoed. Arch. Raze's steps faltered. Was that human? Locating the source of the sound, it seemed to come from the large building to his right, the very place he had originally intended to go. One would be a fool to head toward a scream like that, Raze thought. That's merely an invitation to get killed. We're not in some kind of horror movie. So, it's best to keep my distance. With this in mind, Raze decided to continue exploring the exterior platform that ran along the side of the massive structure. The noise, however, bothered Raze for several reasons. First, this was a portal to another planet, one inhabited by the same type of creatures he had encountered when traveling through portals on Alterian. Never before had they encountered another human on these worlds. So, does that mean there's another mage here, also on a hunt? The creatures here don't appear high level, so any mages would likely be around 2 stars at most. Then again, it could be someone native to this planet, a first. Raze's thoughts were abruptly interrupted as the same type of creature as before emerged from behind one of the crates, growling and fixing him with its piercing eyes. "I understand how you feel. I killed your friend earlier, didn't I? Was that your aunt, or perhaps your brother? Look, let's make a deal. If you don't attack me, I won't attack you, okay?" Almost immediately after his words, the beast leapt into the air toward him again. Monsters from other worlds, if they were indeed the same species, often attacked in this identical manner. And they were almost invariably hostile to anyone they met. It was a matter of kill or be killed. This aggressive nature was precisely how the crystals in their bodies had been discovered in the first place. Instead of rolling away, Raze waited for the opportune moment, positioned his feet just as he had in training, then, Pushing off his back foot and stepping forward with his front, he unleashed a punch. Dark aura flowed from it. Dark pulse. The fist pulsed, discharging the magic fiercer than before, tearing away the top half of the creature's head, killing it in a single strike and sending it plummeting to the ground. The combination of the two-step shift with a punch amplifies the dark pulse. Even without direct contact, it's more powerful than I realized. End Squain, Endis de God, even de Paunyo de Heftendeti. Just as before, the dark essence lifted from the deceased creature and flowed directly into Raze. As it connected with his dark core, the ring on his finger also illuminated. Gen 16/250 dark essence absorbed. The dark ring had another effect. Having bonded with his dark core, it provided a more precise way to monitor his affinity with the dark attribute. Now, when cultivating dark essence or slaying creatures, he would have a clear indication of his dark magic's increasing strength. For now, there was a cap, but with each advancement in his star mage level, the cap would also rise, allowing his dark magic to grow even more formidable. When a portion of your mana has been restored, the ring's other effect had also activated, allowing him to use the Dark Pulse skill once more. However, his stamina remained unrecovered. Using the two-step shift with this weak body means each subsequent use with Dark Pulse will diminish its effectiveness. I doubt this body could perform it perfectly more than 3 times. Also, this naming is a bit confusing. Let's just call them Dark Pulse and Dark Strike for now. For a mage, verbally declaring spells was crucial to their execution. One had to visualize the spell formation in their mind while articulating the skill. Attaching a specific word to each formation allowed the image to manifest effortlessly in their head, enabling quicker attacks with the correct configuration. Essentially, connecting a word to the formation made it far easier to recall than the intricate image itself. Another crystal had been acquired, and best of all, this one was entirely his. He didn't need to use it for item creation. Instead, he could employ it to augment his own magical powers. Kneeling, Raze admired the crystal in his hand, a wide smile gracing his face. "Stop right there," a voice shouted from behind him, slightly high-pitched, unmistakably female. "Don't tell me. I chose to walk around this place precisely to avoid everyone. You do not have permission to be here. Who are you? State your name and where you're from," the person demanded. "Don't have permission," Raze retorted, rising and turning around. He wanted to see just what kind of individual dared to make such a bold claim. "Are you the owner of this place, or something? Who are you to demand permission?" Raze asked, his anger flaring slightly. The woman's tone reminded him of the many arrogant mages who scorned all others, the two-faced bastards in the tower who preached lofty ideals but then indulged their own desires. Upon seeing the person before him, Raze was quite surprised. She was a young woman, beautiful at that. Her straight black hair was tied back in a ponytail, with a section of her fringe falling across one side of her face. Her skin seemed to glow, even in the crimson moonlight, but her beauty wasn't what surprised Raze. He had seen plenty of beautiful mages, especially those who used magic to enhance their looks and conform to passing fads. Big lips one day, large derrieres the next, and at one point, even large knees had been in vogue. What truly surprised Raze was her attire. She was clad in white and gold fabric, tight-fitting around the chest and waist, but looser around the arms, and in her hand, pointed directly at Raze, was a sword. She's clearly not a mage. She almost looks like... You must answer me," the woman demanded again. "This area is owned by the Dawnblade clan. State your clan. If you cannot answer, I will eliminate you right here. I swear on my name, Beatrix Highborn." It was now abundantly clear. Raze was certain of it. This person was from his other world, not the world of mages, but the world of martial arts. Had he simply teleported to a different region? No, the red moon confirmed he was on another planet, so why was a Pagna warrior standing before him? Raze deliberated whether to mention the Red Brigade clan or offer no name at all given his lack of true affiliation. He also had no idea of this warrior's cultivation stage. In the end, Raze decided to take a gamble. "I'm from this planet," Raze answered. "From this planet? Then you are merely a beast disguised as a human. You must die." Beatrix lunged forward, sword pointed, moving with incredible speed. It was evident she could utilize chi, confirming his suspicion that she was a Pagna warrior. "I can't avoid this. This body is too slow. I have no choice." Raze possessed no skills or magic to swiftly evade, so he did the few things he could. He adopted a stance and shifted forward, the two-step shift, so he is a Pagna warrior. Beatrix thought, but that's such a basic skill. Why would someone use that in this situation? "Dark strike!" Raze shouted, throwing his fist, gathering his magic. His movements were simple, too simple, and Beatrix easily dodged the strike. Instead, she thrust her chi-infused sword forward, directly towards Raze's chest. "I knew you'd do that. Go straight for the chest, aiming for the kill." "I have no choice. It will consume nearly all my mana, but I have to survive." Shrouded Heart. The sword struck Raze full on the chest, sending his entire body flying through the air. He crashed through the large building to his side, vanishing from Beatrix's sight. That felt a little strange. Beatrix mused, examining her sword. It was fine, but her own shoulder was a greater concern. Even though his fist hadn't connected, something else had. What clan or faction was he from? Raze reeled from the sword strike, the force so profound it launched him bodily into the air, a living projectile. He became a cannonball, shattering through the building's walls before tumbling to the ground, enveloped in a cloud of dust. "Look!" he choked, a visceral thump of pain echoing in his back. Fortunately, the ancient walls, long decayed, offered little resistance. Otherwise, the impact would have irrevocably broken his already weakened form. For a moment, he lay prone, his hand instinctively clamping over his heart, precisely where the blow had landed. "If I hadn't activated Shrouded Heart, I would be dead." Raze's thought resonated with chilling clarity. As a one-star mage, his repertoire of dark attribute spells was limited. Dark magic, scarcely explored before his time, offered fewer options than other schools. Currently, Raze commanded a mere 5 spells. There was Dark Pulse, an offensive ability that coalesced dark energy into a focused beam, and then there was the life-saving skill he had just employed, Shrouded Heart. This unique spell siphoned every last drop of mana, conjuring a protective barrier that shimmered just beyond his chest, visible only as a subtle expansion beneath his clothes. However, Shrouded Heart was no trifling measure. Its activation demanded a complete expenditure of mana, irrespective of the mage's reserves. Even a master mage would find their entire magical reservoir drained, leaving them vulnerable and unable to cast any further spells while the barrier persisted. The second critical flaw lay in its localized protection. It shielded only the heart. Had his attacker aimed for his head, Raze's life would have ended on the spot. Potent in defense, yet fatally flawed if its weaknesses were known, it was a skill of desperate last resorts. You know, with how long you've been sprawled there, one might assume you'd truly bought it. A youthful, quirky voice broke the silence. Raze's eyes rolled skyward, meeting the upside-down grin of a face peering over him. "For fuck's sake, what did I do to deserve this?" he muttered aloud. Resistance felt pointless. His mana was utterly spent, and he'd been flung from one assailant straight into the path of another, seemingly a martial artist given the dark grey robes they wore. "Someone's not in the best of spirits," the man observed, pushing himself upright. "Though I can hardly blame you after crashing through a wall like that. Couldn't have been pleasant. Kirk, got one of those energy pills?" A burly, bald-headed man appeared beside the speaker, extracting a red pill from a pouch at his waist. Its size and perceived potency were strikingly similar to a pill Kron had once given Raze. "Do you honestly expect me to swallow a pill from a strength?" The man abruptly forced the pill into Raze's mouth. "Just eat the damn thing. Swallowing, Raze felt an immediate surge. Energy coursed through him, a tingling sensation spreading as his body absorbed its potency. The aching throb in his back and the dull ache in his chest began to recede, though his depleted mana would only slowly regenerate over time. That actually worked. Raze exclaimed, surprised. "I believe the words you're looking for are thank you," the man replied with a knowing smile, no longer teetering on the edge of collapse. Raze took a proper measure of his rescuers. Like the woman who had attacked him moments ago, they were clad in martial arts-style robes. 4 of them stood there. 2 were armed, while the other 2 appeared to be without weapons. The man who had force-fed him the pill possessed long hair, pulled back into a ponytail like the previous woman, but with a fringe that parted down the middle. Despite his youthful appearance, his jawline and eyes were remarkably sharp, a stark contrast to his amiable words and playful demeanor. "Arj H!" A pained groan echoed from further down the hallway. Raze realized they were on the building's 3rd floor, the corridor as ravaged as the exterior. He had initially thought the outside looked bad, but this side of the building was entirely open, a gaping void where the wall once stood, offering a panoramic view of crumbling structures and distant streets. On the floor nearby, one man clutched a screaming knee, while another tended to a gruesome wound on his shin. It pulsed with an unnatural green light, the burnt skin still appearing to shift and writhe. "These pills are useless against that," the man commented, his gaze on the injury. "Perhaps it's best we fall back." From his vantage, Raze recognized the wound's sinister signature. He'd seen similar injuries during mage raids, inflicted by the claws and teeth of monstrous beasts. He began to approach, compelled by an instinct to investigate. "What are you doing?" the young man asked, a hint of caution in his voice. "I dislike having debts. Consider this one paid," Raze stated, continuing his advance. The man already tending to the wound looked uncertain, glancing at the younger man, who appeared to be the group's leader. The leader offered a polite nod of permission. Closer now, Raze confirmed his suspicions. It was indeed the same insidious type of wound. He placed his hands above the knee and below the foot, closing his eyes. "My mana has barely recovered. Not enough for even a dark pulse, but a dark clean of this magnitude. I can manage that," he thought. "Dark clean," Raze whispered, barely audible. Dark energy, like a shimmering black mist, trickled from his hands, moving to engulf the green, pulsating wound. Dark Clean was another of Raze's limited abilities, requiring the least mana depending on its application. Dark energy, inherently destructive, could be precisely wielded by this skill to dismantle specific contaminants, provided they could be covered in the magic. Raze had used it to purge internal magical infections within himself, and in cases like this, against parasites, venoms, or other invasive foreign agents. The dark energy clung to the wound for a tense moment, then vanished completely. With it, the sickly green hue disappeared, and from the relieved expression on the injured man's face, so did the pain. "It's gone," the attendant exclaimed, his voice incredulous. "It's completely gone." The young man's eyes widened in profound surprise. "The infection is cleared, but the wound still needs proper treatment and healing. Bandage it as best you can," Raze instructed. "This hardly makes us even," the young man said, a new respect in his tone. "You've done me a far greater favor than you realize. Are you of the middle stage, or perhaps even a deity stage warrior?" Raze recognized the terms. They denoted high-ranking Pagna warriors. Why would he be mistaken for one? Was his act truly so exceptional? Mages eventually carried potions that not only removed infections but healed wounds entirely. A mental note formed. He should guard certain skills more closely when he returned, to avoid such misunderstandings. "I'm just, a bit different," Raze replied. The young man's expression remained unreadable, his probing question lingering. Raze, a mere teenager, couldn't possibly have reached such renowned stages, and figures of that caliber were known worldwide. The question felt more like a test. "Then come back," the young man said, his cheerfulness returning. "As I said, your act was far too significant. I clearly owe you a reward. In a week's time, I will have something valuable prepared. Return here, and I promise it will be worth your while." Raze had long since learned to mistrust people's judgments, including his own. His most enduring lesson was simply to trust no one at all. "We'll see. I won't make any promises," he responded. The young man smiled and nodded, seemingly interpreting Raze's equivocation as acceptance. "My name is Dame. Oh, great one, might I inquire about yours?" Giving his real name could invite future complications if Dame hailed from the same world. But a mischievous thought flickered, making Raze inwardly chuckle. The vision of a future Grand Magus trembling at the sound of his chosen moniker filled him with ecstasy. "I am the Dark Magus," Raze declared. "Remember it." "I see," Dame said, bowing politely. "Well, I hope we meet again, Dark Magus, and that you claim your reward. At least you lot are a lot nicer than that woman," Raze commented idly. "Woman." For the first time, Dame seemed genuinely rattled. "Yeah, the one in white and gold clothing," Raze clarified. Almost simultaneously, the other men's jaws dropped, and they scrambled to their feet. "Whoa, you!" a furious voice bellowed. Through the very hole Raze had created in the wall, the same woman in white stood, her sword once again leveled at him. "How did you live? How did you survive?" Dame stared at Raze, and suddenly, everything clicked. The reason Raze had come flying through the wall was now horrifyingly clear. Perhaps that should have been his first question, but instead, his amazement for the Dark Magus only deepened. "I was only trying to gauge his reaction about his stage, but he survived a strike from Beatrix, who's at the peak of the initial stage." The peak of the initial stage denoted Beatrix as a Pagna warrior of the 6th rank. While ranks 1 through 6 comprised the initial stage, the gulf between each rank was immense, a complete breakthrough in power, martial arts mastery, and physical conditioning. A warrior of a higher stage should never fall to one below. Such an occurrence would be a profound humiliation. Being 6th rank meant she stood at the precipice of ascending to the middle stage, a notorious bottleneck that only a handful in the world ever breached. Beatrix, at this rank, was among the most formidable fighters in existence, capable of single-handedly annihilating entire squadrons or minor clans. How then could someone who merely employed the basic two-step shift, a martial art belonging to no particular clan, have survived her chi-infused strike? "How did you survive?" Beatrix demanded again, her sword still fixed on Raze. The same question echoed in Dame's mind. When he flew through the building earlier, was that Beatrix's doing? If he's still alive, then he must possess power on par with a Pagna warrior at the peak of the initial stage. I thought he was. Never mind. Beatrix's gaze then swept over the others, noting the distinct uniforms they wore. "This is a prohibited area," she announced, her voice sharp with authority. "No one is permitted here without the Dawnblade clan's express permission. We hold the rights to this portal. State your affiliation." Raze recognized the familiar pattern. He had just experienced it himself. He knew an attack was imminent. "Ha!" Dame scoffed, his men shifting to flank him, the injured Carlson remaining safely at the rear. His wound was bandaged, but he was in no state to fight. "Why ask questions when you already know the answers? Then I shall eliminate you." Beatrix roared, charging forward once more, her sword blazing with power. Dame widened his stance, as did his 3 able-bodied companions. Internal energy surged within them. All 6 hands, 3 pairs, swung out in unison, meeting Beatrix's sword with a clash that sent sparks flying. The entire building shuddered, and chunks of the floor began to crumble. "I hate being right," Raze muttered to himself, yet he was undeniably impressed. Dame and his men were actually holding their own against the swordsman, proving their considerable strength. Anyone observing this display would conclude, as Raze did, that he would be utterly outmatched in a fight against any of them, even Dame's ordinary-looking companions. The power they wielded was comparable to 4-star magic. "Get out of here, Dark Magus," Dame shouted, glancing back, sweat beading on his forehead. "I'll manage, don't worry about me. Just remember our deal." The floor beneath Dame's feet cracked, then gave way completely, and all three of them plunged downward. Relentless, Beatrix pursued them, and from below, a series of resounding clashes, loud bangs, and powerful vibrations echoed through the dilapidated structure. Raze could only imagine the furious battle unfolding beneath him, but this was his sole chance to escape. He moved to the edge of the collapse. Sections of the shattered building had fallen, leaning against the exterior, forming a precarious walkway of debris. It was a perilous path one could jump and scramble across to reach the ground floor. Once there, Raze broke into a run, with no intention of lingering to discover the fight's outcome. He had already cheated death once, perhaps twice in this new body, and wasn't about to tempt fate again. Spotting a staircase ahead, he knew he was on the right track, but something else caught his eye. Holy shit! Raze found himself in a field littered with dead beasts, approximately 8 of the same dog-like creatures he had previously encountered. Each bore a clean, decisive cut, some slashed in half, others decapitated. All had clearly been dispatched with a single, brutal strike. Was all of this the work of that swordsman earlier? Wait a second, she didn't arrive long after attacking me, and judging by the looks of it, Raze rushed over, immediately digging into the carcass of one of the beasts. He rummaged until his fingers closed around a bloody crystal, which he held up to the light. "She didn't take the crystals out. This is incredible. I was worried this portal trip would be a wasted effort if I only returned with 1 crystal, but now..." Wasting no time, Raze quickly moved through each of the slain beasts. From the thunderous explosions still rumbling behind him, the two groups were locked in fierce combat. Would he ever get an opportunity like this again? With all 8 crystals collected, he now possessed a total of 9. He couldn't utilize them here, so it was time to depart. Huffing and panting, he raced down the stairs, across the cobblestone path, and scanning his surroundings, identified the landmarks he remembered from before. With a furtive glance over his shoulder, he began to redraw the magic circle. The dirt on the ground was sufficient. The sound of fighting has stopped. Does that mean one of them won? Either way, I need to hurry, Raze thought. Finally, the magic circle was complete. He activated it, igniting it with a portion of his magic. A portal shimmered into existence before him. He cast one last look back. "You said we would meet again, but I'm not so sure about that. I guess we'll just have to see," Raze said, stepping through the shimmering gateway. His entire body vanished, and the portal sealed itself behind him. A short while later, Beatrix landed back on the lower platform outside, her face a mask of frustration, her clothes somewhat torn. "Those wretched bastards," she fumed. "I can't believe they resorted to such a cheap tactic to escape. I should have expected nothing less from their kind." She let out a long sigh, attempting to quell her irritation. "At least I can collect those crystals and earn some coin while I'm here. It's the only thing that will make this trip worthwhile." Reaching the area where the beasts lay, she stopped dead in her tracks. The bodies didn't look as she remembered them. Rushing to one, a closer inspection wasn't even necessary. Someone took the crystals. Someone took my crystals. Beatrix's face flushed crimson, her anger boiling over. It was him. It had to be that guy who escaped earlier. What did they call him? Dark Magus. Well, you've just earned a spot on my hit list. The term Pagna warriors originated simply from the world of martial arts they inhabited, a realm called Pagna. This world was divided into 3 continents, separated by relatively narrow stretches of sea. The East Continent was solely governed by clans of the Light faction, and it was also home to Pagna's largest empire, commanding an unparalleled military might. The West Continent, in contrast, housed two distinct factions: the Dark faction, primarily located in the south, and the Demonic faction, dominant in the north. Finally, there was the North Continent, an uninhabited expanse, at least in theory. No known maps charted its size, shape, or contours, and it was universally considered by all factions and locals alike as an impossible land to explore. The surrounding seas were notoriously treacherous, characterized by formidable whirlpools, constant lightning strikes, and waves that no ship could hope to navigate. Such was the current state of the world of Pagna. Somewhere amidst these vast continents lay a particularly unique location belonging to the Neverfall clan, the Abyssal Pinnacle. It was an ancient inverted mountain that, rather than rising into the sky, plunged deep into the earth, forming a colossal spiraling abyss. Legends claim that a demon had fallen from the heavens, and its impact had carved out this extraordinary place. For centuries, the Neverfall clan had made it their base, and it was to this very base that Dame and his group were now returning. They descended a spiraling staircase that carved deeper and deeper into the clan's subterranean stronghold. The base itself was stratified into various levels. The upper levels featured pathways carved into the cavern walls, where junior members lived and trained. As they cultivated their powers and advanced, they were granted access to the deeper, more prestigious levels. "Sir, where are you going?" Fixtine asked, hurrying to keep pace with Dame. Fixtine was Dame's trusted right-hand man, a companion since childhood, having even attended the Pagna Academy together. If Dame trusted anyone, it was him. "I mean, shouldn't we inform the master of our return, or the fact that we encountered Beatrix Highborn? If she discovers who you are, it could cause us significant trouble." "We barely escaped with our lives." Kirk chimed in, wiping sweat from his large, bald head. The Abyssal Pinnacle grew noticeably hotter as they descended. "Don't you see? That's not what's important right now," Dame said, a broad smile spreading across his face. "Carlson's leg is completely fine. He actually managed to heal a beast's infection, something only middle-stage warriors are typically capable of." "Okay," Fixtine said, struggling to keep up as Dame quickened his descent. "Doesn't that just mean he's a middle-stage warrior? While impressive, I still don't understand why you're reacting this way. It's not as if you've never seen a middle-stage warrior before." Dame halted abruptly, turning to face his companions, hands on his hips. His expression was that of a disappointed parent. "Have you ever seen him before?" Dame pressed. "Don't you think we'd know someone at the middle stage who looked that young? The entire world would be abuzz with his name, and there's one crucial detail you probably missed." Dame tapped the side of his nose, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. "That kid. He had next to no chi. That's why the pill worked on him so well." All their faces fell. "No chi," Carlson whispered, aghast. "That's impossible. Otherwise, how could he have healed my leg?" "Exactly," Dame exclaimed, resuming his hurried descent, forcing the others to follow if they wished to hear his explanation. "Not only did he possess no chi, but he survived an attack from Beatrix, and to top it all off, he healed your leg. It's as clear as day. What he used were powers that aren't from our world." The others remained silent, processing what Dame suggested as fantastical nonsense. They had used portals for ages, traveling to other realms, worlds, and dungeons, yet none had ever shown signs of human life, certainly not humans who looked just like them. What were the odds they would be the ones to make such a monumental discovery? Surely, a truth of this magnitude would have been revealed by a deity stage warrior. Eventually, the group ventured deeper into the inverted mountain until they reached the Abyssal Library. It was a vast, sprawling cavern filled with ancient scrolls, tomes, and books. Within its dusty depths lay forbidden techniques, esoteric rituals, and the clan's most closely guarded secrets. Some scrolls and books were even rumored to whisper only to those deemed worthy of their hidden knowledge. "So what are we doing in the clan's library?" Fixtine asked, glancing around. "That you were so desperate to get here before even reporting to the master. Don't you remember what I said?" Dame replied, his eyes scanning the towering bookshelves for a particular volume. The Dark Magus is not of our world. This means he possesses extreme knowledge, perhaps even items we don't have here. Our world is built on give and take, and judging by his reaction, he clearly adheres to that concept. If we offer him a few things, I'm certain there's much we can gain in return. It's quite possible he could be the one to change our entire clan forever, to finally shatter the long-standing status quo. Just then, Dame located what he sought and pulled out a heavy book. "You can't be serious," Kirk gasped, his gaze darting nervously around the cavern. "That's one of our clan's core techniques. We're absolutely forbidden from teaching that to outsiders. If someone finds out what you did, you could be executed." "Relax," Dame said, a calm resolve in his voice. "Think of the bigger picture. Think of what we stand to gain from him. The Dark Magus will be our greatest ally and the catalyst for a new era in our world." In the heart of the forest, a portal shimmered into existence, and from its swirling depths, Raze stepped forth, having safely completed his return. He glanced back, ensuring the shimmering gateway fully dissolved, a primal fear of pursuit from the other side driving his caution. "Well, that was certainly an unexpected debut," Raze mused inwardly. "Still, one thing is clear now. The portal opening formations I mastered in Altarian are not fully applicable here," he cautioned himself. "Venturing into other dimensions without proper caution could easily thrust me into perilous situations, particularly if I encounter formidable beings." A faint tingle, a phantom echo of the sword's strike, resonated from his chest. An even greater risk then, but not without its merits, he conceded. His current attire, the simple, soil-colored cloth of the temple children, remained unchanged, a modest band cinching it at his waist. Its practical design, featuring internal pockets meant to secure items against accidental loss, sometimes made retrieval an awkward affair, evoking the humorous or terrifying, depending on the world, possibility of an inappropriate reveal, a transgression punishable by lengthy incarceration in his own reality. Clutched in his hands were the small crystals he had acquired. "At last, these will bolster my mana core. Though, even absorbing all 9 won't elevate me to the second stage," he calculated. Raze's thoughts drifted to the optimal application of his newfound crystals. The sheer peril of his initial portal journey made him disinclined to repeat the experience anytime soon. "I should retain 1 crystal for reopening the portal as a contingency. Crafting a mana potion from another would be prudent, to avoid a similar predicament. And I'll likely need a few more if I plan to forge additional items," he mused. "My soul affinity is dark magic. These are merely common crystals, incapable of granting me other attributes. For now, I'll likely have to focus on item enhancement, consequences like curses notwithstanding." Despite the lingering twilight, Raze decided to absorb the crystals immediately. He settled to the ground, arranged them before him, and closed his eyes. Energy began to writhe in the air, a dark aura seeping from his form. This energy coiled around the 5 crystals, coaxing them into a gentle levitation. Suspended by his deliberate control, each crystal began to pulse with light as the dark aura consumed it, forging a link to Raze's mana core deep within his chest. His mana core's outer layers spun frantically as the energy broke down the crystals, dissolving them into shimmering dust like arcane glitter. These particles drifted towards Raze, enshrouding him in a soft, radiant glow. With each crystal absorbed, he felt his mana surge, fortifying his core and expanding his capacity to draw upon the world's ambient energies. The sensation was akin to finally being able to draw a deep, unfettered breath after a lifetime of restricted gasps. The light around him dimmed, and when he opened his eyes, the 5 crystals were gone. The remaining 4 lay securely tucked away in his pocket, awaiting their purpose. "Just as I suspected, insufficient to elevate me to a 2-star mage, yet I now possess enough mana for roughly 7 dark pulses. Those beast dogs wouldn't stand a chance," he affirmed. His return to the temple and his room eventually came. The soft scrape of the sliding door stirred his sister, who blinked sleepily and rubbed her eyes. Raze gestured for her to return to slumber. Another matter demanded his attention. These crystals can't stay in my pocket. Our clothes are swapped daily, and the fabric is flimsy. Half the trousers I'm given already have holes large enough for a crystal to slip through, he pondered. As if to punctuate his thought, a crystal pierced his pocket, slid down his leg, and clattered loudly to the floor, reawakening his sister. She now simply stared at Raze, who was hunched over, gathering the errant crystals. He froze, holding his breath, wishing the soft thud might fade into her dreams. Instead, their eyes met, a shared silence hanging between them. Perhaps she won't even recognize them. Maybe this isn't common knowledge? Raze mused, a hopeful, albeit strained smile tugging at his lips. Safa, however, pointed directly at the scattered crystals, her mouth agape and eyes wide with undisguised wonder. To her, it seemed as though a pot of priceless treasure had materialized in their meager room. Her silence was the soul's saving grace. Any outcry would surely have drawn others. Raze swiftly scooped up the crystals and moved towards the bed, closing the distance to his sister. "Listen closely," Raze hissed, his voice laced with an aggressive edge. "I've been exceptionally kind to you, more so than I ever thought possible. Now, you owe me a favor, not a word of this to anyone, understood?" Safa immediately nodded, a frantic, rapid assent. Since the recent incident, her brother's gaze had taken on a menacing quality, a stark contrast to the weak boy she'd known growing up. This particular expression was entirely new to her. "Good," Raze affirmed, lifting a corner of the mattress, tucking the crystals beneath it, then letting it settle back. "No one, absolutely no one, must discover these. And if they vanish, I will know you were responsible, understood?" Safa's head bobbed frantically once more. His task complete, Raze brushed his hands together, then lay down on the floor, ready for sleep. The sole witness to his secret, his mute sister, was a stroke of luck. Yet, Safa's reaction clearly indicated the crystals held immense significance even in Pagna. Safa turned towards the wall, drawing her blanket tightly around her. A conflict of emotions churned within her. He often appeared distant and harsh, yet at times she felt a profound love emanating from him. The very arrangement, Safa on the bed, Raze on the floor, and his earnest advice before his nocturnal departure, spoke volumes. What an odd brother, Safa thought, a faint smile playing on her lips. Despite his menacing glares and sharp words, why do I feel so secure in his presence? Raze found waking difficult. Having spent half the night traversing another dimension, he'd managed only a few hours of sleep. Core time had arrived, but Raze remained deeply asleep. Safa, unable to voice his name, wrestled with how to rouse her brother, particularly constrained by the prohibition against touching him. Ultimately, she chose to let him sleep. This decision, however, displeased the others. Moments later, the sliding door parted, revealing Sunny, a young man in a red uniform, entering for what seemed to be another routine visit. "So this is our sleepyhead, eh? Safa, if you can't call out, a gentle shake is all it takes," Sunny offered. As he advanced, Safa caught his hand, shaking her head in silent protest. "What's the matter? Relax, he's harmless." Sunny gently pulled his hand free and continued towards Raze. "Rise and shine, sleepyhead," Sunny announced, prodding Raze's side and giving him a light shake. Raze's eyes instantly flew open and he shot upright. "Don't touch me!" he roared, a shout loud enough to carry through the thin walls to the neighboring rooms. "Whoa, calm down, Raze. It's just me," Sunny said, hands raised in a placating gesture. "My apologies. I should have remembered, given what you've been through." Raze's hands remained hidden behind his back, covertly poised with dark magic, ready to unleash it if proximity dictated. He swiftly dispersed the gathered energy before it could be perceived. "Damn, an attack would have had disastrous consequences, he inwardly chastised. "I apologize," Raze mumbled, rubbing his temples. "It's still raw from when?" Sunny studied Raze, recalling the boy's condition upon their first encounter. Such a reaction seemed natural for someone his age, yet Sunny's reasoning was flawed. Raze's outburst stemmed from a different, deeper cause. "I'm not sure if this is the ideal moment, but our clan master wishes to speak with you. I believe it concerns your parents' demise." Raze cast a backward glance at the imposing temple crowning the distant hill. He gasped and panted with exertion as he continued his long descent down the numerous steps. Why? Why would anyone construct a temple on a hill's summit? Raze grumbled, the words escaping in exasperation. "Ha ha." Sunny chuckled, a forced, uncomfortable sound. Raze's pervasive annoyance, evident in his constant complaints throughout their descent, was palpable. "My apologies. A carriage would be ideal, but the terrain here is simply too precipitous. Quanklesanger nations often position their bases on elevated ground," Sunny explained. "It provides natural defense, an excellent vantage point for spotting incoming threats, and inadvertently builds physical endurance in their students with every journey." "Precisely," Raze retorted dryly, "and this is a temple, not a clan headquarters." Raze struck Sunny as an anomaly. Never had he witnessed someone Raze's age so thoroughly exhausted by a simple staircase. While Raze wasn't a Pagna warrior, his physical state was clearly subpar, perhaps even inferior to that of a child. Their current destination was the primary town, the same one where Raze had first materialized in this world, and the location of the Red Brigade's headquarters. Only the two of them journeyed together. Sunny deemed Safa's presence unnecessary for what would likely be a brief interrogation, compounded by her communication challenges. Furthermore, the risk of another attack lingered, and while Sunny was confident in defending one individual, two posed a greater challenge. Why the summons now? What new information have they unearthed regarding the original body's killer that warrants my presence? What questions remain? I've already truthfully claimed memory loss. The entire affair still baffles me. Why target this boy's family? Even with my current knowledge, it makes no sense. And that infuriating leader, if he had queries, he should have confronted us himself. Raze fumed inwardly. Despite his mounting frustration, Raze deliberately sought a silver lining. He harbored numerous questions about this new world, and Sunny, with his expertise as a Pagna warrior, might just possess the answers he craved. They finally reached the base of the interminable staircase. A forest path still separated them from the town, but Raze had finally recovered enough breath to articulate his inquiries. "Portals." Raze started, his voice a little hoarse. "I overheard the other children discussing them, gateways to other worlds. Is that accurate? Do Pagna warriors also utilize them?" "Oh, so the world of Pagna warriors is piquing your interest," Sunny remarked with a smile. "It captivates many young ones, but it is a perilous existence, and that includes the portals you speak of. Yes, they are real, but they open to dimensions teeming with lethal beasts. Countless lives have been claimed by these gateways. Should you ever witness one manifesting, flee and alert the nearest clan." "Appear spontaneously?" Raze questioned, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Such a phenomenon was unheard of in Alterian, where portals to other realms invariably necessitated magical creation. "Indeed," Sunny confirmed. "It's uncommon, but once a portal opens, it persists for a set period. Usually, a clan will assert ownership, assuming responsibility for its security and neutralizing any emerging threats. However, the appearance of a portal inevitably sparks tension, often leading to fierce disputes over its control. This revelation startled Raze. Alterian portals were ephemeral, requiring constant reactivation from the destination side. Why such contention over portal ownership? Wouldn't it be more practical to allow another clan to guard it if they volunteered? Raze probed, though a premonition of the answer already formed in his mind. One might think so. Sunny started, But the reason lies with the creatures inhabiting these portals. They carry crystals within them, treasures of immense value to Pagna warriors. Even the simplest crystal can fetch a considerable price from commoners. Now he understood Safa's intense reaction. How, indeed, could a child acquire such crystals if their sole origin lay within these perilous portals and the beasts that emerged from them? This insight instilled a fresh, albeit slight, optimism in Raze regarding his crystals. Selling one might provide him with the necessary funds to purchase and enhance items, thereby simplifying his journey. What makes these crystals so valuable? Raze pressed. As I stated earlier, their true value is exclusive to Pagna warriors. Sunny elucidated. Neither common folk nor the Empire hold them in high regard. This is because these crystals can be transmuted into chi pills, potent aids for cultivation. The potency of the chi pill scales directly with the crystal's grade. They are crucial for accelerating growth, and superior pills can even shatter cultivation bottlenecks. Therefore, their appeal is almost entirely to Pagna warriors. Nevertheless, merchants, lords, and military factions acquire these pills due to their immense significance to Pagna warriors, sometimes even employing them as currency. This arrangement also neatly ensures that the general populace remains unconcerned by beasts emerging from portals, as the clans readily manage such threats. So, their sole purpose is chi pills? They're not used in weapon crafting or other items? Raze probed further. No, only chi pills. Raze pondered this information. The utility of crystals in this world starkly diverged from Alterian's practices. Yet, this realm lacked magic. He mused that if he were to leverage crystals for item enhancement or the creation of elixirs and potions, goods entirely foreign to this place, he could establish himself as an exceedingly wealthy merchant. As the sole producer, he'd also be able to hoard the highest grade products for his own use. Does the Red Brigade clan possess its own portal? Raze inquired. Sunny let out a booming laugh. No, our clan is far too minor to command such a significant asset. However, the Pagna Academy does maintain access to several portals, using them for student training. Raze's faint hope of accessing the Red Brigade clan's portal evaporated. The notion was now obsolete. Entering the town, Raze found the atmosphere familiar. Broad thoroughfares teemed with people pulling carts, haggling over wares at market stalls, and engrossed in lively discussions. Prominent inns and bustling restaurants dotted the landscape. As they walked through the streets, Raze scanned for any vendor selling crystals, but his search proved futile. They must be scarce. Come place to disguise. Which also implies a difficult market for selling them, he mused. Still some distance from the clan building, another query surfaced in Raze's thoughts. Ah, the children spoke of another matter. Raze started. Do you know a Beatrix Highborn? Sunny stopped dead, turning to Raze with arched eyebrows. It wasn't just him. Everyone within earshot, having caught the name, froze and fixed their gaze on Raze. Beatrix Highborn was the formidable woman who had struck Raze. Her immense power, coupled with her preemptive assault before he could even offer an explanation, had etched her name into his memory. He hadn't understood why she announced her name pre-assault, attributing it perhaps to some martial custom. But if a chance for retribution ever arose, Raze intended to be fully informed about her, hence his question. I hadn't anticipated this, though, Raze muttered, observing the surrounding crowd. He noted not just their peculiar gazes, but the palpable scorn etched into their faces. I had no conception of her renown. It's all right, everyone, Sunny announced, his voice carrying. The boy is merely curious. No cause for concern here. Sunny swiftly resumed walking, Raze trailing behind him. Once they had distanced themselves from the inquisitive gazes and listening ears of those who had recognized the name, Sunny spoke again. That name you probably shouldn't utter too loudly unless you intend to incite panic, Sunny explained. Recall my earlier mention of the different factions. For myriad reasons, and a protracted history of conflict, the light and dark factions remain perpetually at odds. The individual you inquired about is one of that faction's meteoric talents. Her reputation has expanded significantly, particularly since her victory at the recent Warriors' Summit. Raze had no inkling what the Warriors' Summit entailed. It sounded suspiciously like a competitive tournament. "So she truly possesses such immense strength?" Raze asked. "Haha, indeed, staggeringly strong. You witnessed the public's reaction when you spoke her name, yes? That's because she could single-handedly decimate our entire clan if she were present," Sunny revealed. Raze's hand went to his chest once more, a nascent ache beginning to bloom. He knew it was a phantom pain, born of resurfacing memories. He had endured only one blow from her, yet from Sunny's words, that strike represented but a fraction of her true power. "The perils of this world continue to escalate. I must accelerate my growth, particularly if I intend to return to Alterian. The sheer number of portals I'll need to experiment with through endless trial and error guarantees encounters with more individuals like her. Let's pray she doesn't recall my face." Raze pondered grimly. They eventually arrived at the imposing Red Brigade clan base, its entrance marked by massive double doors. This was Raze's second visit, and this time, unlike the first, the air vibrated with the sounds of strenuous grunts and shouted commands. Stepping inside, Raze quickly understood the cause. Numerous children, some his age, some younger, were engaged in rigorous training. Stripped to the waist, they wore only close-fitting, flexible cloth trousers. Sweat streamed from their bodies as they meticulously practiced and reiterated combat formations, channeling their full power. After a period of observation, Raze noted that with every punch thrown into the air, each trainee utilized the very chi channeling technique Kron had demonstrated. "Are these from the academy?" Raze inquired. "Them? No," Sunny corrected. "These youngsters are preparing for academy entry. All clans are mandated to dispatch their members to the academy upon reaching 16, ensuring that every warrior maintains a consistent standard and does not lag behind other factions. A considerable number, roughly 30, all Stage 1 warriors." In the distance, Raze observed one student strike a measuring pillar, which promptly displayed the number kin 35. That individual seemed entirely ordinary, no different from the rest. "Every one of these youngsters surpasses the temple children in talent," Raze mused. And yet, Beatrix could still dismantle an entire clan of such warriors. Deeper within the main building, a few students briefly met Raze's gaze. His unfamiliar face and striking white hair made him distinct. However, his obviously frail physique marked him as no warrior, and non-warriors warranted no sustained interest. The Red Brigade building's interior was a labyrinth of confusing hallways and sliding doors adorned with thin paper screens. Shadows hinted at occupants beyond, but the near absence of signage rendered navigation formidable. Nevertheless, Raze persisted in following Sunny until they arrived before two guards stationed outside a pair of sliding doors. "Sunny backed, here with Raze," Sunny declared. "Enter." A deep voice commanded from inside. Stepping into the room, Raze was met by the fragrant aroma of incense, evocative of a blooming meadow. Candles cast a soft glow across the large, sparingly adorned chamber. The most striking feature occupied the rear of the room, several colossal scrolls, seemingly inscribed with a select few names, the revered founders of the clan. Next, his gaze fell upon a vast table, burdened with a meter-high stack of papers, behind which an elderly man in red robes sat. "Thank you for undertaking this journey," the old man offered. Sunny advanced, bowed deeply, and brought his fist to his open palm. "My respects, Clan Master." Raze, following suit, replicated the gesture. "My respects, Clan Master. Oh, how courteous. I believe this is our initial meeting. I am Elder Yon, Clan Master of the Red Brigade Unit. Sunny, I trust, has apprised you of the reason for your summons." "He has, sir, indeed," Raze confirmed. Good. You see, I possess a few inquiries of my own. Elder Yon's gaze pierced Raze's, unwavering. Explain to me how a child, a weak one, at that, could repel a Pagna warrior capable of slaughtering his entire family. Impossible, you'd agree? Is he suspicious of me? Raze's mind reeled. Does he suspect my involvement in this body's parents' demise? No, that's absurd. I'm utterly certain I played no part, at least not the original me. If he's trying to implicate me, what then? What if they genuinely suspect me? How do I escape this place alive? A cold sweat bloomed on Raze's palms. He had imagined that inhabiting this new body would signify an end to life or death predicaments. Yet, the familiar dread persisted, replaying itself relentlessly. So, enlighten me. How did the Pagna warrior fail to slay you? Despite Raze's absence from the temple, the other children carried on with their daily routine. In the kitchen, Simeon found himself partnered with Safa instead of Raze. You're actually pretty good, Simeon remarked, watching Safa deftly peel potatoes. Though your brother has quite the knack for this. Did he always cook for your family back home? Safa paused, her gaze meeting Simeon's. His words had taken her by surprise. Raze had never once cooked in their household. She quickly surmised, however, that Simeon was likely just being kind about her brother, attempting to keep the conversation flowing. This thought hung between them, a shroud of awkward silence. "Oh, right, you can't speak. How foolish of me," Simeon blurted out, smacking his forehead with an open palm, a palm that, regrettably, still clutched a knife. A sharp sting immediately followed, and he realized he'd inadvertently nicked himself. The cut was minor, shallow, and not deep, yet it burned like a paper slice. Swiftly turning her head, Safa sprang to action, seeking something to tend the wound. She located kitchen towels, dampened one with boiled water, and carefully pressed it against Simeon's injury. "Ah, thanks," Simeon mumbled. "You know, you're far kinder than your brother. I can just picture him if this happened to me. Never been cut before." He'd probably quip, then go right back to peeling potatoes as if nothing had occurred. Or perhaps, "I hope you weren't planning to use that knife again." Safa chuckled at Simeon's impersonation, easily envisioning her brother reacting precisely that way, at least the Raze she now knew. The pair returned to their tasks. A quiet descended upon the kitchen, unusual given Simeon's normally talkative nature. Feeling the weight of the silence, he felt compelled to speak again. "It's good, you know, that you two have each other. You can watch each other's backs in this place. And should you ever leave, at least you won't be alone." Simeon's gaze drifted to the flickering flames beneath the pot, where water simmered. The sight stirred old memories, particularly those of family. "I once had a sister, and of course, a mother and father," he began. "But a portal tore open in our village. Monsters poured through, killing everyone, my family included. A wandering Pagna warrior saved me in the end, bringing me here. You'd think, with a backstory like mine, I'd be the protagonist of some grand saga," Simeon added, his fist clenching so tightly it trembled. He fought to suppress his surging emotions, swallowing hard to push back the tears threatening to well in his eyes. "I believed the determination born from losing my family would forge me into a formidable Pagna warrior, one who could prevent similar tragedies. But as my martial arts skills clearly demonstrate, I'm no main character, and from the looks of it, neither is your brother." He then looked at Safa. "Safa, I think it might be you. You might be the one destined to protect your brother, so stay strong, all right?" While others might perceive Raze as weak, Safa disagreed, especially with the Raze he had become. Nonetheless, she nodded to Simeon, unwilling to diminish his earnestness. She appreciated his concern and offered him a gentle, comforting smile. As breakfast preparations neared completion, Safa arranged plates and cutlery on the table while Simeon dished out the food. He heard the door open behind him. "Ah, Mr. Cron, it'll be ready in about 10 minutes," Simeon announced, spooning boiled potatoes and vegetables into a bowl. The meals were simple, but Simeon knew that even if Mr. Cron weren't poor, feeding 10 hungry children was a significant undertaking. "It smells delicious," a voice remarked. At the sound, irritation prickled Simeon's skin. He turned, his fears confirmed. Gren stood there, flanked by the 2 twins, Gio and Bio. "You never do kitchen work. You have no business being here," Simeon stated. "You're right. We just wanted to help out for a change." Gren replied casually, shrugging as he helped himself to a bowl of food. "You know, we've recently welcomed a truly exceptional student. She's incredibly gifted. Everyone's talking about her, especially the other kids." Gren spoke, accepting something Gio handed him. In his grasp, Gren held a purple mushroom dotted with green spots. With careful movements, he began to crumble the mushroom, deliberately obscuring its distinct color. "A unique student deserves unique food, don't you agree, Simeon?" Gren smirked, scattering the mushroom pieces over a single bowl. "This one's reserved for our special guest." Simeon stared at the floor, avoiding Gren's eyes. The trio's mocking laughter and their previous sneers twisted his stomach. Yet, his most profound discomfort stemmed from his own sense of inadequacy. "Is Gren so assured he can do this right in front of me without consequence?" Simeon pondered, finally raising his gaze to meet the trio's. "I guess in his eyes I am that weak. Last time, I didn't say a word either. If I do the same now, will the same thing happen to you?" A memory sparked in Simeon's mind, a conversation with Raze, and with his sister, his past answer to this very situation. "If Raze won't stand up for you, then I suppose it falls to me," he thought. "Gren, I've wanted to do this for ages." Simeon roared. He lunged forward, throwing a punch that completely missed Gren. Gren easily sidestepped the attack, a look of utter disdain fixed on Simeon. "You tried to hit me, you pathetic worm." Gren spat, retaliating with a chi-enhanced punch that sent Simeon hurtling backward, blood gushing from his nose. "What's gotten into you? Did that girl brainwash you?" Gren sneered. "Ever since she arrived, things have been off. She'll need to be dealt with. As for you," he continued, seizing Simeon by his shirt, "we need this to look like an accident, or Mr. Cron might get involved. You'll keep quiet, won't you?" Scanning the room, Gren's eyes landed on the boiling pot of water. "Perfect!" he murmured, dragging Simeon towards it, his shoes scraping loudly against the wooden floor. "A good scolding would justify your injuries nicely." Suddenly, the double doors burst open. As Gren whirled to face the intruder, a swift fist shot toward him, far faster than Simeon's clumsy strike. "I can't dodge it." Gren took the full impact of the blow, his head snapping violently to the side, absorbing some of the force. When he looked up, fury distorted his features, veins bulging visibly at his temples. "It's you! You batch! I'll kill you!" Gren bellowed at Safa. He dropped Simeon, his vision momentarily blurring as he took in the scene. "Damn it! She's outnumbered. She can't handle Gren and the twins. I have to stop this somehow, before she gets seriously hurt. I can't let Raze lose his sister like I lost mine." From what Raze had learned of Pagna warriors, it was hardly surprising that he had become a suspect. He inhabited a body barely capable of a 400-meter sprint across a field. He was less than an ordinary human, while Pagna warriors were far more. Furthermore, a Pagna warrior had apparently slaughtered the rest of Raze's family, with only the weakest among them surviving. In truth, it was a situation he had barely escaped. At the time, fueled by a desperate will to live, he had simply done whatever he could. "I thought you summoned me here for information about my parents' deaths," Raze smirked. "Instead, I find you've learned nothing at all, and now you're attempting to pin the blame on me." I hadn't realized the clan operated this way. Sunny felt a tremor of unease hearing Raze speak. When addressing an elder or even a Pagna warrior of a higher rank, one typically spoke with the utmost deference. This was understood, as such individuals could extinguish a life with ease, and no one would bat an eyelid, No one would investigate, especially for an unknown. Raze people are killed by the Pagna every day for many reasons. Witnesses or overheard secrets, a hired thug, or simply a perceived disrespect. Elder Yon pronounced the final words slowly, as if delivering a veiled warning. If we understand how you managed to survive, perhaps we can uncover the target's objective. Was it an item your family stole, or something else? More specifically, I'm asking what led to the final moments between you and the assassin. Did you hear your parents' last words, or anything similar? The boy genuinely remembered almost nothing. He hadn't even known he had a sister until he met her. "I'll tell you what I recall," Raze answered, his hands around my throat, my desperate struggle for a breath, and then me stabbing him as hard as I could in his side, just to get him off me. When I managed to stand, I was in a room filled with my dead family. The assassin's body already bore sword wounds not inflicted by me. I believe those injuries had already left the assassin on his last breath, which is how I managed to overcome him. As Raze recounted his story, Elder Yon meticulously jotted down notes with an ink pen on a large scroll, occasionally tapping his fingers on the paper. "I have another theory, if you're willing to hear it." Yon offered. "A Pagna warrior could have dispatched you with a single fist. The only reason I can conceive of you being alive right now is if you were complicit in your parents' death. You aided in their demise." Raze's eyes widened. Why would he? Or, more accurately, why would the old Raze have done such a thing? Yet, at the same time, he couldn't entirely deny the possibility. Why would a warrior allow me to kill them with my own hands? Raze questioned. "Don't you think you should be asking, why would I try to kill my own parents?" Yon retorted, though he quickly moved past the point. "That's what I want to know too. Did you back out of a deal at the last moment? Was there a disagreement that allowed you to strike him? Or did you come to a sudden realization? Then why would they try to strike down my sister and me again?" Raze asked. Elder Yon stood, ceasing his writing, and turned his back to survey the scrolls adorning the wall. "That's the most intriguing aspect of it all. What is it these people want to hide so desperately that you know?" Yon mused. "I believe you're not fabricating your memory loss, Raze. Perhaps due to some profound shock on that day, or even something engineered to protect you, like a seal. But that knowledge still resides within you, hidden, and whoever pursues you remains unaware of it." Above all else, Raze felt profoundly annoyed. Why did the new body he'd entered come with a pre-existing target on its back? The silver lining was that even if Yon harbored suspicions, he appeared, in his own way, to be trying to protect him. "Raze, there's a compelling reason I hold my theory so strongly," Yon continued. "You're not the only one this has happened to. Recently, in this town and neighboring settlements, countless nameless families have been slaughtered in their homes. It's an unusual pattern, but the circumstances have consistently been the same until you. You broke that pattern by managing to survive. You and your sister are the sole survivors of this bizarre phenomenon, which is why I personally implored Kron to look after you. It was clear. For the clan master to trust Kron so implicitly meant he must be exceptional, or at least powerful enough to contend with whatever force pursued Raze. I have a premonition that the reason for your parents' death is intrinsically linked to you, and if we can't find the answer, our only recourse is to protect you. However, our protection can only extend for 1 year. Once you turn 16, the temple is no longer obligated to shelter you, and you will once again be a vulnerable target. I assume you have a suggestion, given you asked me to come here?" Raze inquired. "Yes," Yon affirmed. "If the world of Pagna has come for you, then you are already entangled in it, and there is no escape. Therefore you have no choice but to become a Pagna warrior. I will provide you with a recommendation to the academy. However, the rest will depend entirely on you. You must possess at least Chi to be recognized as a rank 1 warrior. Otherwise, you will not be permitted to enter the academy. If only it were magic, Raze wouldn't have had such worries. But he gleaned something else from the conversation. To think, what are the chances that the body I inhabited might be a killer as well? Its symmetry in the kitchen, Safa heard voices from beyond the door. Pushing it open just enough for a narrow gap, she peered through, catching the tail end of the confrontation. She hadn't witnessed Simeon being struck, but she saw what was about to happen to him next and understood Gren's malicious intent. Her hands trembled. These people, what is wrong with them? Safa thought. They were targeting me, and now what? Just because Simeon is beside me, are they targeting him too? Are people getting hurt all around me because of me? The sight of Simeon's bloodied face triggered vivid flashes of the terrifying noises she'd heard while hiding in the cupboard. Then she remembered Raze's expression, the one that sparked another thought in her mind. He said, that if I want to stop it, then I need to fight back. With these thoughts steeling her resolve, she pushed through the door and immediately charged forward with all her strength to protect Simeon. As she closed the distance, she executed a two-step shift, darting past the twins, and unleashed a punch that landed squarely on Gren's face. Yet, something felt off about the impact. It lacked solidity, as if her entire fist hadn't properly connected. "It's you, you batch. I'm going to kill you." Gren roared at Safa. Immediately, the two bypassed twins, brows furrowed in anger, advanced on Safa. She spun around, seeing their approach, and dodged Gio's initial strike. However, this movement put her directly in Bio's path, who swiftly seized both her arms. Struggling to break free, Safa lifted her legs, preparing to kick backward. But before she could, Gio slammed the side of his foot against her shin. Safa's face contorted in pain, but only tiny, silent grunts escaped her throat, soft as whispers. Gren slowly approached as the twins held her captive. "Why don't you scream?" "Perhaps someone would come and help you then?" Gren taunted, coiling his fist. He closed his eyes, focusing intently, gathering more chi. "What are you doing?" Simeon shouted. "Are you trying to kill her? Stop!" The double doors flapped open once more, and an immediate wave of intense pressure surged into the room. "What in the name of the elders are you all doing?" Kron's voice boomed. His command alone generated a gust of wind that stirred their hair, and the sheer fury in his bulging eyes left no doubt about his anger. "Sir Kron," Gren exclaimed, instantly bowing his head. He did not lift it, and soon the twins followed suit. "It's not what it looks like, sir," Gren asserted. It appeared Simeon was offering her some cooking tips. She seemed to take it poorly and suddenly struck him. The three of us heard the commotion and rushed inside. We were merely restraining her. Isn't that right? Gren turned his gaze toward Simeon, who had managed to push his upper body off the floor, leaning against the cupboards. "That look on your face, I recognize it. You're telling me you're going to make my life hell if I don't go along with your little game." "Haha, what an idiot." "No," Simeon declared. "Sir, please inspect the dish on the table." Gren entered while we were cooking and ground up a type of mushroom, adding it to the food. He intended for Safa to eat it. I attempted to stop him, and this is how I ended up. Each word Simeon spoke was accompanied by a defiant smile. He was pleased he had finally exposed Gren. "That's not true." "Enough," Kron roared, cutting Gren off before he could utter another word. He knew Simeon was not one to lie. Why would he fabricate a story if his attacker was about to walk free? "There will be no meals for the three of you today. If you cannot learn to wield your fists responsibly, then you will not be permitted to use them at all. You are banned from training until further notice," Kron ordered. Gren yearned to argue, to protest, but when he risked a glance up from his bowed position and saw the expression on Kron's face, he was terrified. An imposing aura made Kron seem several times his actual size. Fearing that any further words would only exacerbate his punishment, Gren chose to remain silent for the moment. It was midday, and Kron sat in his office, desk-bound, staring absently at the ceiling. He exhaled a long sigh, reflecting on the recent incident. Those mushrooms, they were poisonous. For a child of Safa's stature, such a dose could have been lethal. Where did Gren even procure something like that? Cron shook his head, recalling the day he first met Gren. I worried something like this might happen. I hoped that with guidance I could change him, but was he too influenced by his past? I was blinded by his talent and believed I could mold him. That is my mistake. This is serious. If I were to expel him from the orphanage, what would become of him? Others might try to exploit him. Tapping his fingers against the desk, Cron pondered the best course of action, acutely aware that the situation could easily worsen. The remainder of the day unfolded as usual. Even Gren and the twins were compelled to complete their chores, albeit more slowly, their energy depleted. Missing 2 meals was a harsh punishment for growing children performing strenuous work. Both Simeon and Safa did their best to avoid the trio, and whispers spread among the other children. I heard it's a love triangle. They're all fighting over Safa. Nah, Gren's just angry because he's short. He's got all this pent-up energy. You mean he's just a jerk? Yeah, I'd agree with that. Since the other children had noticed Mr. Cron treating them differently, many felt emboldened to voice their frustrations publicly, something they had never dared to do before. Under Mr. Cron's perceived protection, which they had previously doubted, they spoke their minds, and Gren overheard every word. He ground his teeth, a harsh grating sound, as he polished the statue. Everything I built up, the respect they all gave me, it's all been ruined because of her. In the evening, Raze still hadn't returned from the Red Brigade, but the students continued their training. True to Cron's word, the twins and Gren were barred from participation. The twins quickly retired to bed, exhausted and famished, while Gren seethed with uncontrollable rage. I can't train, and he's teaching all those useless fools who don't even know how to punch. Why? Why? Gren began taking deep, ragged breaths, his eyes scanning the room until they fixated on a particular chamber. Before he fully realized it, he had entered and slammed the door shut behind him. Arg! Gren screamed, lifting a chair and smashing it to the floor. He then stomped his foot down onto the desk. He was systematically destroying everything in the room, everything that belonged to her, yet his frustration remained unquenched. Approaching the mattress, Gren began to pummel it relentlessly, his hands curled into claw-like shapes. He tore through the top layer, pulling out the stuffing piece by piece. Arg! Gren roared, continuing his savage assault. Eventually he stopped, huffing and panting. All of this is useless. If I can't train or get stronger, I might as well leave. Looking down, something glinted, catching his eye, sparkling yellow beast crystals. The final stages of training were underway, each student stepping forward to test their strength against the measuring pillar. As the assessments progressed, a pair of unexpected guests arrived. Gods, why did that walk back feel so much longer than the trip there? Raze grumbled, hands pressed to his knees, gasping for breath. Because it was, Sunny retorted. We stopped for a break almost every 5 minutes. Are you sure you don't have some kind of hidden medical condition? Raze pressed a hand to his chest, a flicker of doubt in his mind. What if the lingering effects had carried over to this new body? He wouldn't know for certain until he reached at least a 3-star mage rank. Cron approached, catching their attention. He met Sunny's gaze, offering a brief nod before addressing the remaining students. All right, everyone, training is finished for the day. Head inside and get some rest. The children bowed, expressing gratitude to their teacher before stamping their feet and dispersing. Raze, however, remained beside Sunny, sensing Cron wished to speak with them. It was then Raze's eyes caught a detail. Why is she limping? The 2 adults continued their hushed conversation. Raze knew Cron and the Red Brigade clan shared strong ties, strong enough for Cron to have been asked to look after them. Their discussion seemed to be about the meeting's outcome, until both turned their attention to Raze. Would you mind trying the measuring pillar again? Cron asked. Just the two-step shift, then strike, as before. Without comment, Raze stepped up to the pillar, preparing himself. Are they testing my potential for the Pagno Academy? If so, I doubt they'll like what they find. And Zay executed the steps flawlessly, sparking a glimmer of hope in Sunny's eyes. But that hope vanished the moment his fist shot out. Why is it so weak? Sunny blurted, his shock evident. The number that flashed on the pillar confirmed it. A meager 6, 6, 6. Kron exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. Raze, however, understood. He was simply drained from the arduous climb, his punch nowhere near as potent as his last attempt. Did you not absorb the chi pill I gave you? Kron pressed. The pill was long gone. Raze decided a lie was the safest bet, especially if Kron intended to ask for it back. He just hoped it wouldn't invite more problems. I did, Raze replied. I felt better. Kron tapped a finger to his cheek, exchanging another glance with Sunny. It was only a basic chi pill. Perhaps he requires a higher grade. But even the Red Brigade doesn't issue those to students. If it had no effect, his body might be riddled with more impurities than I suspected. All right, Raze. Kron eventually said, you did well. Go rest in your room for today. It might just take a couple of days for the pill to take effect. As Raze walked away, he could see the two still conversing, undoubtedly about him, discussing something they didn't want him to overhear. He lacked any means to eavesdrop. Kron was lying about the pill, he mused. I also want to know what kind of effect it will have on me. Honbidnod. His thoughts shifted. The important thing is the next step. What to do with the crystals. He envisioned using one to craft a mana potion, another to create an item for mana tracking. A third could be sold in the market, hopefully buying a higher grade chi pill. The last, to open a portal back to that place. The main problem is getting into town to acquire what I need. All the markets will be closed at night. This could be tricky. Anyway, it's time to retrieve my crystals, Raze thought as he entered the main hall. A little earlier, before training concluded, Gren had slipped into Safa's room. Enraged by recent events, his anger had consumed him. He'd inadvertently destroyed everything inside, even the mattress. But in his fury, he'd stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Crystals. Pulling out the first one, he felt another beneath it. One by one, Gren unearthed all 4 crystals. He held them in his hands, his eyes sparkling with the same brilliance as the gems. 4. I actually have 4 of these. Unbelievable. How did those brats get their hands on something like this? Is it some inheritance their family left them? Gren's mind raced with possibilities. With these, he wouldn't have to worry about Kron anymore. Snapping out of his reverie, he shook his head, taking in the wrecked room. Crap, I need to get out of here. If no one sees me, they can only suspect, not fully blame. The Patianite. As he took a step, the door slid open. Safa stood in the doorway, her eyes immediately fixated, not on the ruined room, nor on Gren, but on the crystals clutched in his hands. Safa's gaze locked onto the crystals in Gren's fist. Noticing her focus, he quickly tightened his grip. These are mine, Gren declared, a wide, triumphant smile spreading across his face. She began shaking her head frantically. She remembered her brother's words clearly. Only she knew about the crystals. If they vanished, how could she explain it? All blame would fall on her, and their fragile bond would shatter. Desperation seizing her, she charged forward, aiming to snatch them away. Idiot, Gren sneered, pulling his hand back. With his other hand, he balled a fist and struck her hard on the side of her head. It was a solid blow that sent her body slamming against the wall. Moving to the door, Gren slid it shut, ensuring their privacy. Did you really think I wouldn't hit you? I've been waiting for this all day. To his surprise, when Gren turned back, Safa was already on her feet. She lunged, grabbing him by the neck. They tumbled to the ground, Safa desperately trying to pry open his hands and retrieve the crystals. This was no clash of martial artists. Safa knew little of combat. It was a primal, desperate attempt to reclaim what was entrusted to her. Gren's fingers remained locked around the crystals, unyielding despite her full strength. Opening her mouth, she bit down hard on his forearm, her teeth sinking in, the coppery tang of iron filling her mouth. "You dirty witch!" Gren roared, fueled by pure rage. He threw a punch, connecting with her ribs. A searing pain coursed through Safa as she gasped, but the blows didn't stop. Again and again, he punched her side until a sickening crack echoed through the room. Her rib clearly broken, Safa's grip on Gren loosened. She rolled onto the floor, clutching her side, wheezing, soft whimpers escaping her lips. "Did you really think I wouldn't go this far?" Gren asked, rising to his feet and walking towards her. He yanked her up by her hair, forcing her to look at him. Tucking the crystals into his pocket, he raised an open palm and delivered a resounding slap across her cheek. The sound, like a small shockwave, filled the room. For a moment, Safa felt herself fading into unconsciousness. "Did you think Mr. Cron would protect you?" Gren scoffed. "From the look on your face, you knew these crystals were here, but you have no idea of their true worth. With these, it doesn't matter if Mr. Cron kicks me out. Hell, I'll leave myself. All I have to do is hand one of these to a clan, and they'll happily accept me as a disciple, no less. I can finally learn real martial arts, not this second-hand fake nonsense." Gren clenched his fist, drawing it back. "So you see, it doesn't matter what I do to you now. There's no one to save you. You should have known your place. You are nothing in this world." His fist shot out, landing squarely on her nose and mouth. The impact was brutal, tearing her lip against her teeth, snapping her head back to hit the floor. Blood began to well from her mouth as she lay there. "You're lucky I'm not an official Pagna warrior yet. I'd still get into trouble for killing you." Gren turned to leave, but then felt something latch onto his back leg. Looking down, he saw Safa with both hands locked around him, holding on with every ounce of her remaining strength. These were Raze's crystals. They were his, not Gren's. After hearing their immense value and importance, how could she let Gren take them? What had Raze endured to obtain such treasures? She had one job: to protect them. Now, she didn't care if it cost her life. She would get those crystals back. "Are you a masochist? Do you enjoy pain?" Gren snarled, grinding his teeth. He lifted his foot and shoved it, hitting her squarely on the top of her head. Safa's grip remained unbroken, so he lifted his foot again, slamming it down repeatedly on her skull. Finally, he stopped aiming for her head, instead infusing chi into his foot and stomping it down hard on her forearm, shattering the bone. "Ghkkk," she tried to scream, but it emerged as a ragged whisper. No one outside the room would hear her, and a few thuds from a room of children their age wouldn't prompt concern. "That was your own fault. I let you go, and you went ahead and did that, stupid girl." Gren growled, turning away. His joyous mood from finding the crystals was utterly ruined. He reached to slide the door open, but it slid inward by itself. Standing in the doorway was a tall, white-haired boy. "What the fuck are you doing in my room?" Raze demanded. Raze was utterly surprised to find Gren in his room, with no legitimate reason to be there. More immediately, he worried whether Gren had discovered the crystals. They weren't hidden particularly well, but Raze hadn't planned to keep them there for long. "Where is Safa? Shouldn't she have been here before me?" Gren's face bore an uneasy look, a sheen of sweat on his forehead, and he remained silent. Peering past Gren's shoulder, Raze's eyes fell upon the state of the room. His heart gave a slight thump. His gaze swept around, noting the mattress ripped to shreds. His heart beat harder still, his lips beginning to tremble. Then, an unsettling, familiar scent hit his nostrils. Blood. Streaks of red stained the wall and floor, and a faint wheezing sound reached his ears. Finally, his eyes landed on Safa. She lay on the floor, blood trickling from her cut lips, one arm bent unnaturally, her face swollen in multiple places. Raze's heart didn't just beat stronger, it pounded faster, threatening to burst from his throat. Raze's unnerving silence sent shivers down Gren's spine. This guy. I've had a strange feeling about him since day one. He's not suddenly going to care about his sister, is he? Ah, shit, what am I thinking? Anyone would, after seeing her like this. If he tries to hit me, I'll just fight back. I've already decided to leave this place anyway. Lost in his panicked thoughts, Gren watched as Raze walked straight past him, seemingly ignoring him. Raze knelt beside his sister, examining her wounds more closely. Seizing the opportunity, Gren darted out of the room, sliding the door shut behind him, not daring to look back. On the ground, Sappha was still conscious. She felt a presence beside her and looked at Raze. Tears immediately blurred her vision. She had failed him, failed to protect the crystals. "Hey, idiot," Raze said. "Did you try and fight back?" Of all the things Raze could have said, these words shocked her. Why was that important now? "I saw the bite mark on his hands and him holding on to something," Raze continued, glancing at the mangled mattress before turning back to Sappha. "Just answer my question. Did you fight back?" Sappha, detecting a hint of annoyance in his tone, managed a painful nod. Letting out a deep sigh, Raze dropped his head to his chest, staring at the floor. "I heard our family has no name," Raze began. "I've never felt like I've had a family before, but I once had a name, a second one. Given to me by my family, but they weren't family, they were demons in human skin. You listened to me, you are the second person who has ever tried to help me. You did well, and right now there's this great pain in my chest. So I want to ask you a question. In the end, I decided to give myself the family name of Cromwell. So, Sappha," Raze said, looking deep into her eyes. "As a reward for you listening to me, I ask you, do you accept the family name Cromwell?" Sappha didn't comprehend Raze's rambling words, but she felt a profound pain in them, and an undeniable strength. Tears completely obscured her vision, streaming down her cheeks. A connection, sharing the same name, they would be a real family. Slowly, Sappha nodded again. "You are a Cromwell now," Raze declared. "Don't ever forget it." Outside, Cron had finished his conversation with Sunny. As he walked toward his office, he noticed Raze's door ajar, and the scene within immediately seized his attention. Cron sprinted across the hall and burst into the room. "What happened to her? What is this?" he demanded. "She needs to see a doctor immediately, there's no time," Raze stated, still kneeling. "The physician," Cron thought. "But the closest one is in town. I'll have to carry her myself." Without hesitation, Cron carefully scooped Sappha into his arms. She grunted in pain, but he wasted no time, rushing out of the temple and down the long staircase leading to town. These wounds? They look like physical trauma. Why was she in such a state? Cron pondered. It couldn't have been Raze. He lacks the skill for something like this. Could it be? An image of Gren and the mushroom incident flashed into his mind. It appears I've made a grave mistake. If that child has gone this far, there's no saving him. He will no longer be allowed in the temple. But first, I must save her. Back in the room, Raze remained on his knees, staring at the chaotic mess and the blood-stained floor. His heart still hammered loudly. Why would someone go to such lengths simply because he asked them to do one small thing? She truly is an idiot. This feeling, I didn't know it would return so soon. Raze murmured, slowly rising to his feet and looking at the torn mattress again. It seems, for the first time, you and I are in agreement. Raze felt his body reacting, a dark, deep feeling rising to the surface as he thought of his sister, a feeling all too familiar. He who dared to steal my crystals, and he who harmed your sister. Dark magic erupted from Raze, swirling around his hands, coursing up his arms. Objects on the floor around him began to tremble, reacting to the surge of mana in the air. Where is that little fuck Gren? He's dead. Bursting from Raze's chamber, Gren sprinted across the expansive hall, veering sharply left. He blurred past the identical sliding doors lining the corridor, each concealing another temple resident. Locating his own, he wrenched it open and slammed it shut, sealing himself inside. Leaning against the wooden panel, Gren gulped down ragged, frantic breaths. What was that, he thought, his mind racing. Why does that man always give me the creeps? He's not even worth the effort of kicking his ass. Damn, but now I'm stuck figuring out my next move. He fumbled in his pocket, pulling out the shimmering crystals to confirm their presence. In his agitation, they slipped from his grasp, clattering to the floor. His palms were slick with sweat. He hastily bent, scooping them up and thrusting them back into his pocket. Everything's fine, everything's okay, he desperately reassured himself. I've already decided to leave. She's not dead, so they can't punish me for anything truly bad. The worst is getting expelled, and I can just use these crystals to join another clan anyway. Steins in Lestrade used. These calming thoughts cycled relentlessly through his mind, a desperate mantra. But even as they echoed, his hands had already seized a travel bag, and he was cramming his meager belongings inside. Like most temple children, he owned little, a few personal trinkets, and some worn clothing purchased with the infrequent pocket change doled out by Kron. Screw it! Gren's resolve hardened. The smart move is to leave now. I know they'll kick me out eventually. So why stay and endure a lecture from Mr. Kron? It's just not worth it. He slung the leather satchel over his shoulder, cinched the drawstring top, and eased his door open. A quick glance right, then left. Seeing no one, he bolted, making a dash for the main entrance. A faint commotion drew Simeon's attention. He cracked his own door a fraction, catching a glimpse of Gren's retreating form just as he vanished. Where's he off to at this hour? Simeon wondered. Gren's hurried footsteps echoed down the main building stairs and out into the courtyard. A few paces later, he froze, his gaze fixed on the figure standing alone in the center. A white-haired silhouette, framed by the sun's final rays as it dipped behind the distant town, painting the sky with encroaching darkness. You, Gren yelled, swinging an arm in challenge. What are you doing? Trying to stop me? Raze's right lip curled upward in a faint smirk. I believe you're holding something that belongs to me. I haven't got a clue what you're talking about, and if you don't get out of my way, I'll beat you black and blue. Gren retorted, striding purposefully toward Raze. You know, I was hoping you'd say that. Raze drawled, because I truly didn't want an excuse to hold back. Gren surged forward, channeling chi into every step, a unique ability that set him apart from other students, not merely reserving it for specific skills like the two-step shift. He then directed the energy from his gut into his clenched fist, intent on closing the distance and pummeling Raze. Raze, however, remained rooted. Instead, he extended a hand to his side, and dark, visible magic began to coil and swirl around it like liquid shadow. What? What is that? Gren stared bewildered. He'd never witnessed anything like it. This wasn't chi, nor any fighting technique he'd ever encountered. Yet, he pressed on. I saw his score on that pillar. He can't possibly best me. Dark pulse, Raze intoned, thrusting his hand forward. The magic pulsed outward, an inch from his palm, and shot forth, slamming into Gren's stomach. The blow was immense, forcing a violent gasp that expelled all air and spit from his mouth. He was lifted clear off his feet before crashing hard onto his back. Oh, no hole through your body? Raze mused, taking a few steps closer. Perhaps all that training Kron put you through, or maybe this is what it means to possess chi? Regardless, it appears that in the contest of martial arts versus magic, magic claims victory for now. Raze concluded, halting about 3 meters from the fallen Gren. Gren struggled to rise, one hand clutching his stomach, his face a mask of agony. What did you do? He choked out, charging once more, this time executing the two-step shift. but Raze already had dark magic coalescing around his hand. Dark Pulse. The attack struck Gren again, feeling even more brutal than before. His body couldn't absorb the impact as well this time, and a thin spray of blood erupted from his lips before he collapsed. You see, to wield your martial arts and this chi of yours, you must get close to your opponent. Raze observed, if you can't close the distance, it's useless. No longer attempting to stand and fight, Gren scrabbled at the ground with his hands, trying to crawl away. What is this? Who is this person? I knew something was wrong with this freak. He's a monster. What the heck is he using? Gren eventually managed to half-rise, turning his back to Raze. But recently, I discovered something quite fascinating. Raze commented, assuming a fighting stance, fist out front. His feet shifted, mirroring the two-step shift, and he lashed out a hand. Dark Strike. The unleashed pulse was stronger than before, aimed precisely at Gren's leg. The condensed energy struck his foot, not only hitting him, but piercing straight through his leg and into the ground, cracking the stone beneath. Arch! Gren screamed, collapsing to the floor and staring in horror at his leg. A gaping hole now marred the side of his calf, revealing even a sliver of bone. Arg! He continued to shriek. Raze walked over, delivering a swift kick to Gren's chest. Even in his weakened state, Gren was utterly broken, no longer capable of resistance. Tears streamed down his face, his mind focused solely on survival. Bending down, Raze searched Gren, quickly locating the crystals. He pocketed them. Stealing from me was a grave mistake, kid. Did you even think for a second? How do you imagine I acquired these crystals? Did you truly believe you could take them from someone capable of obtaining them? Lifting his foot from Gren's chest, Raze pressed down hard on Gren's left wrist. However, the gravest mistake you made was touching a Cromwell. Raze stated, his hand swelling with ominous magic. Is this one of the hands, the mighty hands, that did all of that to her? Gren stared into Raze's eyes, attempting to convey some plea, some remorse. But he saw only the same look he'd glimpsed a few times before, dark, lifeless, utterly devoid of humanity. As Raze spoke, he seemed utterly without emotion. No words Gren could utter would have altered his fate. Dark Pulse. The attack erupted from Raze's hand, striking Gren's palm, blasting a clear hole straight through it. Dark Pulse. Raze declared again, destroying another large chunk of Gren's hand. Arged. Gren screamed, thrashing his legs. Dark Pulse. The attack came once more, leaving no hand in sight. Only a bloody, mangled wrist remained. His hand had completely vanished. Barely any blood splattered the ground, which appeared scorched black by the magic, as if the very essence of life had been evaporated. Raze lifted his leg and waited. Immediately he saw Gren desperately attempting to rise. The situation was dire, and it was time. Raze had done enough. Let's finish this, Raze declared, his hand pointing towards the back of Gren's head. Gren, now on his feet, was limping towards the temple exit, much like Raze had seen Safa do earlier. Witnessing this, Raze's determination solidified. Raze, don't! A thunderous scream ripped through the air from the temple doors. Raze turned his head, spotting Simeon sprinting towards him. Stop! Don't do something you'll regret. Simeon shouted, looking as though he might rugby tackle him. Raze glanced back to where Gren had been, but he was gone. Damn it! Raze thought, lowering his hand and dispelling his magic. If he managed to escape that quickly, did he use some skill, or was it chi that aided him? I can't believe it, especially with that injured leg. In my current condition, I'll never catch him. His eyebrows furrowed as he turned to Simeon. Do you have any idea what you just did? Simeon, breathless from his sprint, halted just shy of Raze. Look, I dislike the guy as much as anyone, but you can't just go around hurting people like that. It looked like you were going to kill him. Do you truly want that burden on your shoulders? Killing people, Raze countered. Let me ask you, if a wild animal killed or attacked your family, would you use everything in your power to destroy it? Unbeknownst to Raze, beasts from a portal had, in fact, killed Simeon's family in the past. The scenario Raze described resonated deeply within him. "Of course I would. I'd do anything to protect myself and my family," Simeon replied. "Exactly. What I'm doing is protecting myself and my family right now. Your problem is that you treat humans, beasts, and animals differently. In reality, they are all the same. If anything, humans are far crueler than any beast. Beasts act on instinct, whereas people choose to act," Raze exclaimed. Raze continued to stare in the direction Gren had fled, but hope seemed to dwindle. After what he had done, the chance of Gren returning was slim. Simeon, meanwhile, couldn't stop mulling over Raze's unsettling words. "Remember this, Simeon," Raze said, walking past him and heading back inside the temple. "You're the one who let him get away. If he returns, he might do far worse than what he did to Sappha today. That will be on you." For Raze to speak like this, to equate humans and beasts, was almost incomprehensible to Simeon. Indeed, he didn't see them as the same. It was clear Raze thought humans were worse. Just what kind of life did you live? Is it because your family was killed by humans, unlike mine, by monsters? Simeon pondered, but then Raze's other words struck him, and he realized what he'd said earlier. "Wait, what happened to Sappha? Is she okay? Raze, talk to me," Simeon shouted, chasing after him. The multiple uses of Dark Pulse had heavily exerted Raze's mana, leaving him fatigued. He needed rest, and he wondered just how much Simeon had witnessed. Gren plunged into the forest bordering the temple, his leg throbbing with excruciating pain from the hole Raze had inflicted. In that critical moment, seeing an opportunity while Raze was distracted, a surge of chi erupted from the deepest parts of his being. This chi was more potent than any mere adrenaline rush. It lent Gren the temporary strength to run on his injured leg, but the power was fleeting. Unsure if Raze was pursuing, Gren sought refuge deeper in the woods. With the sun now completely gone, the surroundings were pitch black and terrifying. At every rustle of leaves, every shadow between trees, he expected to see the white-haired figure, but it was only his imagination. Eventually, Gren found a large rock to collapse upon. He needed a moment to catch his breath. All the chi had been spent. What was that? What did he use on me? He tore right through my leg and my hand. My damn hand's gone. Gren's panic was raw and evident. His situation was desperate. He couldn't return to the temple, fearing not only Mr. Cron's wrath, but the white-haired boys as well. Moreover, with the crystals stolen, no clan would accept him now. Lifting his arm again, he realized the full extent of his plight. With this injury, I'll be labeled as disabled by everyone. Can I even find a job to sustain myself? Examining his wounds, he noticed they had been cauterized. At least he wasn't bleeding out. That was one less immediate concern. Dying in the middle of the woods, to be consumed by animals, perhaps it was the best choice for him. Venturing further into the forest, Gren reflected on the chain of events that had led to his current predicament. Despite the crushing hopelessness, an unyielding will to survive propelled him onward, driving him farther from the temple. The faint sound of running water reached Gren's ears. Up ahead, a stream trickled down from the mountain, with stepping stones leading across. Overcome with thirst, Gren approached cautiously, unwilling to risk a fall. But as he neared the water, an odd phenomenon in the air caught his attention. Are those sparks? The sight resembled a silent fireworks display, illuminating and shimmering in the profound darkness. The sparks grew, coalescing into a vast glowing circle directly before him. Though entirely unfamiliar, a chilling realization dawned upon Gren. Is this? No, it can't be. A portal? Gren spun around, intending to flee, but several thin tentacles burst from the portal. They wrapped around his head, face, and legs, lifting him into the air before yanking him violently inside. As he was pulled through, the portal snapped shut, vanishing as abruptly as it had appeared. The following day dawned, bringing an unusual atmosphere for the children of the temple. Throughout the night, rumors of Gren's disappearance had already circulated. This was largely due to Mr. Cron's late-night return to inform Raze that his sister would recover. Cron's entrance had been anything but quiet, and even before that, most children had been worried by the sounds of screams from outside, though their youth made them too frightened to investigate. The news had been overheard, and soon the two twins noticed Gren was no longer in his room. The whispers spread, and the children began to form their own theories about what transpired. Did you see Raze's and Safa's room? It was completely trashed. Yeah, I even saw blood. Do you think Gren did something? He had to have done something. Didn't you hear? Safa's staying with the physician in town. He must have done something and gotten himself kicked out. I heard he ran away. Apparently, the twins have no clue where he's gone either. All the children could do was speculate, but deep down, they felt a subtle relief knowing Gren was gone. There were times they'd witnessed the way he looked at them. If they earned even a sliver of praise from Cron during martial arts practice, they would inevitably face Gren's wrath in some form, even if it was just name-calling. It had always been clear that only Gren was permitted to shine. At that moment, all the children were gathered for breakfast. Mr. Cron, for a change, had decided to prepare the meal, allowing the children to chat and gossip freely. But one person seemed utterly out of sorts. Simeon, he spooned the liquid from his soup, then tilted it, letting it splash back into his bowl with a quiet plop. You know, it's rude to play with your food, Raze commented, seated right beside him. He immediately regretted the words, a habit from a different world, realizing that such customs might not universally apply. Ah, I know, I'm sorry, Simeon replied. It was evident he wasn't his usual self, his mind burdened with many thoughts. Look at Raze, his sister is with the physician, and he doesn't seem worried at all. And what was that yesterday? He did all that, and he's acting like nothing happened? Simeon pondered, but an even larger question consumed him. What exactly did he do? I mean, how was he able to beat Gren and hurt him so badly? I couldn't clearly see what happened, and it was just a feeling I had that if I hadn't stopped him, then something terrible would have occurred. Damn, what's worse is that it means Raze was actually stronger than Gren. Does that make me almost the weakest one in this entire temple now? How am I supposed to get stronger? How am I even going to get into Pagna Academy at this rate? Should I ask Raze? I mean, if he could defeat Gren, he must know something, right? But it just feels so awkward after he scolded me yesterday. In all honesty, Raze didn't care about Simeon's intervention the night before. The main thing was that he had retrieved his crystals, and if he had actually killed Gren, there would have been far more problems on his plate. Raze's unusual quietness towards Simeon stemmed from his attempt to gauge what the other boy knew. Did he see me use magic yesterday? But then why hasn't he said anything? Even if he didn't say anything to me, he had plenty of chances to talk to Mr. Cron about it last night. Perhaps he didn't see anything. Even if he did see something, he wouldn't understand what he saw anyway, but it's still bugging me. He knows what happened to Gren, and yet says nothing. Could it be? Is he planning to blackmail me? Both boys subtly eyed each other at that moment before quickly looking away. Eventually, breakfast concluded, and Mr. Cron informed everyone they were free to rest for the day. No chores were required. In the meantime, he had invited Raze to meet him in his office. I wanted to discuss your sister a bit more, Raze, Mr. Cron began. I'm sure you're worried about her, but if there's one thing you don't have to fear, it's Gren returning to harm her. If I ever see him, I'll beat that child myself and send him off to the light faction to deal with him if I have to. Mr. Cron noticed he'd gotten a little carried away and cleared his throat. Anyway, what I wanted to ask was whether you'd like to come to town and see your sister. You wouldn't be alone, the two of us can go together. I'll ask Simeon to ensure the kids stay in the temple for the time being, Mr. Cron suggested. Raze quickly tilted his head down, not from upset, but to conceal the smile that had instinctively bloomed on his face. "This is great," Raze thought. "I was trying to figure out a way to head into town to buy some items. If I can get my hands on certain objects, using the crystals and my dark magic, I can create what I need to return to that portal. When I do, I'll gather even more crystals this time and become a 2-star magician. After that, I can continue from there and return to Altarian, getting rid of all the Grand Magus." Raze's plan felt so perfect he wanted to burst into laughter right then and there, but he held it in, fearing Mr. Cron would think he was mad. "Of course, sir," Raze answered. "Let's go check on Safa." He mumbled under his breath, "and let's get some items." Meanwhile, in his room, Simeon continued to ruminate. "If I keep going like this, I won't amount to anything. I don't entirely agree with Raze's view, but I can see his point. If you don't ask, you don't get, right?" Lifting his body from the bed, Simeon found a new surge of determination. "I'll ask him for a way to get stronger, and if he doesn't want to teach me, I can always just blackmail him with the situation about Gren." It's perfect. Only a handful of days had passed, yet it felt an age since Raze had encountered a place brimming with life as Rumptum did. He had finally arrived in the small settlement, home to merely a few thousand souls. Compared to the sprawling metropolises of Altarian, where millions teemed, Rumptum was tiny, but the change of pace was a welcome one. What Raze found difficult to acclimate to, however, was the stark technological disparity. Goods were hauled by carts and laborers, yet scattered glimpses of advanced engineering appeared, like the hum of electricity powering lights and various devices. It was unclear if Rumptum simply lacked widespread electrical infrastructure, or if this novel energy source was still in its infancy, as most relied on oil lamps and candles. As the pair navigated the streets, Raze's gaze swept across the diverse array of shops. There were specialized establishments vending implements of war, swords, armor, and general weaponry. Other storefronts boasted food and fresh produce, while some offered a bewildering assortment of nearly everything, acting as makeshift general stores. Beyond these brick-and-mortar businesses, itinerant merchants traveled with large, laden carriages, showcasing an eclectic collection of wares gathered from far-flung regions. "No one here seems to sell beast crystals," Raze mused. "I didn't see any last time either. If I approach one of these traveling merchants, they'll likely just make off with the crystals, just like Gren did. I need someone who isn't so upright they'd blab about my affairs, but also not so treacherous they'd backstab me, thinking I'm an easy mark. But before any of that, I have a more immediate concern." Raze's eyes narrowed at Cron, who walked beside him. Given the current threats against Raze, he was not to be left unsupervised. They soon reached the physician's residence, a structure mirroring the local architectural style with its distinctive sloping, upturned roofs, reminiscent of the Eastern aesthetics from his own world. This building notably surpassed most others in the vicinity and was strategically situated near the Red Brigade clan headquarters. It made sense. The Pagna warriors, after all, were the most frequent recipients of injuries. "I suppose being a doctor in this world is quite profitable," Raze thought. "I wonder if my potions would work on these people. If so, they could be a lucrative tool for earning coin. With enough money, I could buy beast crystals without having to brave dangerous portals, allowing me to accelerate my progress back to where I need to be." So many schemes churned in Raze's mind, yet his present circumstances severely curtailed his options. Upon entering the physician's office, they found themselves in a vast hall, sectioned off into several rooms by sliding dividers that constantly opened and closed as harried individuals rushed to and fro, fetching supplies. The air hung thick with a pungent odor that churned Raze's stomach, compounded by the cacophony of groans, screams of pain, and sounds of sickness. It evoked strong memories of a hospital, a place where death always lurked nearby. An elderly man, clad in dark grey, tattered robes, approached them. His hair was disheveled, deep bags sagged under his eyes, and streaks of blood stained his attire. Suddenly, the profession of a doctor seemed less appealing to Raze. "Thank you for seeing to Safa Krinta," Mr. Cron said. Mr. Krinta offered no verbal reply, as if too weary to speak. He simply gave a weak hand gesture, inviting them to follow. He led them to a room, its door sliding open to reveal Safa lying on a mat on the floor. Her body was swathed in bandages, and the deep gash on her lower lip had been meticulously stitched. A peculiar green paste coated her wounds, a pot of it sitting nearby. What came as a surprise, or perhaps not entirely, was the presence of another person in the room. "You two finally made it," Sunny greeted with a wide smile. "When I heard about Safa, I was worried someone might have been after you both, but you look perfectly fine, Raze. Indeed, I haven't had a chance to update you on the situation," Mr. Cron responded. "But I don't believe this was an outside attack. Why don't we discuss it outside while Raze has some time with his sister?" Raze knew the primary suspect. In fact, there was no suspect. He knew precisely who was responsible. The adults, he realized, were simply attempting to shield the children from truths they didn't really need to conceal. As he settled beside Safa, the familiar ache in his chest persisted. It had become a habitual physiological response whenever he saw his sister, a reaction he was beginning to accept rather than resent. "Hey, I got some payback for your sister," he silently told himself. "You should calm down a little. Look, she seems to be sleeping peacefully." Zennakelling the room, he doubted its sanitary conditions. While they clearly had alcohol and boiling water for tool disinfection, the room itself, lacking simple items like gloves, would be incredibly challenging to sterilize. "She should recover," he assessed. "But with those stitches on her lip, she'll definitely have a scar. And her broken arm, wrapped in a sling, will take months to mend properly. Since your injury was partly my fault, I wish I could heal you." Unfortunately, dark magic possesses no restorative properties value-wide. There was, however, one type of magic suited for such situations. Light magic. To date, Raze had been unable to acquire any other magical attribute. If he intended to craft healing potions or heal with his own power, he would need to cultivate it. The complication was that, with a dark core, light magic would be the most arduous attribute to develop. The simplest method would be to locate a beast with a strong affinity for light magic, extract its crystal, and absorb it entirely. Once he possessed even a minimal amount of light magic, he could gradually augment it through other means, though his dark core would always present a significant obstacle. "That does make me wonder," Raze thought. The dark faction had a cultivation technique that allowed me to enhance the darkness attribute. Does that imply the light faction might also have a technique to boost my light attribute? It would make sense, wouldn't it? And what about all the other factions and clans? It's highly probable that each of these clans possesses cultivation methods that could help me strengthen my magic in every domain. Earth, light, dark, fire, water are just the fundamentals. I might even acquire special attributes like moon, space, and more. This world truly seems to bless me. Raze glanced down at the injured Safa, who still appeared to be asleep. Amidst these ambitious thoughts, another idea sparked in his mind. Wait a second. Safa has a sacrificial nature. She sacrificed herself to protect those crystals. Doesn't she have the perfect foundation for light attribute magic herself? What if I taught her how to use magic, and she possessed a light magic core? She'd gain affinity with light quite rapidly, and she'd even be able to create items like magic potions. With one eye half open, Safa wondered why her brother was smirking so malevolently beside her. The prospect of teaching another person magic intrigued Raze, but as he delved deeper, he recognized more significant concerns. As long as he was the sole keeper of his secret, he could control the situation. But who knew how others would react if they learned of magic, especially since even an individual at the initial stage, like Beatrix, could best him in a fight, and there were many far more powerful. This also brought up the fundamental issue of trust. If Raze suddenly began teaching her magic, wouldn't she start asking questions? And if she eventually discovered Raze wasn't her real brother, there was a risk of betrayal. That's a pain he had experienced far too often in his previous life. Moreover, for some reason, the clan leader's words keep echoing in my head. I have no idea if this body had betrayed its own family or not. If that were the case, it would mean the original owner of this body would have wanted Safa dead as well. This seemed a long shot, given how his body reacted when he saw his sister, but another possibility loomed. Safa survived that day too. If the clan leader's suspicions are accurate, then there's a good chance everyone in the family was meant to die that day except Safa, and she might even be the one who plotted to kill her own family. For now, he couldn't act rashly until these unsettling questions were resolved. Eventually, Sunny and Kron returned to the room, both wearing strained, half-hearted smiles. Few people truly knew how to compose themselves in such circumstances. "Raze, I have some business with the Red Brigade while I'm here," Kron stated. "Sunny will remain here with your sister. So, I wanted to ask if you wish to accompany me or stay here until we head back." Standing from the floor, Raze appeared to have made a decision, though his true intentions lay elsewhere. "Can I explore the town on my own?" he inquired. "But, Raze, we can't allow that. You know there are people after you," Sunny interjected. "I know." Raze clenched his fist. "But can't I make my own decisions? I mean, you're going to let me go after a year anyway, right? If I can't protect myself now, how will it be any different in a year's time? Besides, I want to live and explore my life a bit. Say I turn 16, leave the temple, and get stabbed in the back. Or let's say I stay at the temple, and something like what happened to Safa happens to me, only I end up dead. So I get to live a few more days, but trapped in a temple, of all places? Look, I know you guys have done a lot, protecting Safa, but I'm my own person. You don't need to babysit me." Kron and Sunny exchanged glances. They recognized the validity of Raze's arguments. "You're right," Kron conceded. "You can make your own decisions. We can only offer advice on your journey. You know, Raze, you sound more and more like a Pagna warrior every day. We will leave together when the sun begins to set. If you travel in the city, stick to crowded places and try to remain within 100 meters of a clan member if possible. They will assist you if needed." The convincing process had been far simpler than Raze anticipated, and for that, he was grateful. Otherwise, to further his progress, he would have had to contemplate abandoning the temple and seeking a new sanctuary. After leaving the physician's abode, Raze wandered outside for a while. He passed most of the shops, peeking in here and there, but his primary objective was to ascertain if he was being followed. It wouldn't be a surprise for them to have assigned someone to me, Raze thought. It's a good way for them to catch their target if necessary. But it seems the two of them were too engrossed in their own affairs for that. This was welcome news for Raze. Traversing the town, Raze eventually paused outside a shop adorned with barrels. It overflowed with an eclectic mix of goods, old machinery, sewing kits, and even scattered weapons. People continuously entered with items and exited with coin. "This is it," Raze murmured, his hands on his hips. "A pawn shop. These are the kinds of places with connections. Since nowhere is openly selling beast crystals, it's likely an item not everyone can find a buyer for. But a pawn shop must have contacts with experts from all over the place. Not only that, but pawn shop owners are utter scum. They're always trying to undervalue items and might even claim some are fake, yet still buy them off you. These are precisely the kind of people I need." Raze waited until the shop was empty. Since the town wasn't particularly bustling, the shop saw only about one customer an hour. Delage de pos ecolena. Stepping through the front door, he found the interior even more disheveled than the outside. Helmets hung on walls beside pieces of armor, jewels glittered in cabinets and on side tables. Behind the counter stood a man with a distinct pear-shaped physique, a small torso atop a large belly and bottom. His trousers were pulled high, well above his navel, and a long winding moustache adorned his face. He truly stood out among the other townspeople Raze had observed thus far. "I don't waste time here. If you have no money or nothing of value, then shoo," the man declared. Raze wasn't offended. Given his simple temple attire and youth, most people would likely dismiss him as a time-waster. A faint smile touched his lips as he glanced behind him to ensure no one else was present. Then, extracting a crystal from his hand, he placed it on the counter with a distinct clinking sound as it met the glass. "Hey, if you damage my shop, you'll pay for it, even if I have to use your body," the man roared before his mouth fell agape, his eyes widening and sparkling, head tilting back in astonishment. "Is that a pendant you into it?" "A power stone?" he whispered in amazement. "Power stone?" Raze thought. In his world, they called them beast crystals, but he supposed it was quite normal for other places to have different names for these things. "Then he thought of and it tuned," Raze answered confidently. "I'm looking to sell this, and believe me, I know its worth, so don't try to scam me. If you do, my boss will be very upset." It would be difficult to believe that a non-Pagna warrior, and one so young, had acquired such a power stone. So Raze had concocted a backstory he hoped would deter any trickery. The man produced a magnifying glass and scrutinized the crystal. "Are you sure you know its worth, kid?" he replied. "If you did, you wouldn't have brought it to a place like this, and your boss," the man made quotation marks with his fingers as he spoke the word, "wouldn't have sent you here of all places. In a small town like this, there are only two options. You can send it to an auction, but they'll take a percentage of your earnings, and having just one isn't worth your time. Or you need a connection with the clans to sell something like this." Now it made sense why no one publicly sold power crystals. Sunny had explained how the crystals were used to create chi pills, meaning only Pagna warriors had a use for them, and the town was far too insignificant for rich merchants to seek power crystals here, especially from a clan that didn't even possess a portal. "I'll tell you what, kid. I know someone who will buy this from you. Let me just give him a call, and he'll be here in a moment." "You don't mind waiting, do you?" the man asked. With no other viable option, Raze nodded, but quickly snatched the crystal off the counter before the man could take it. Their eyes met for a moment before the man disappeared into the back. "Wait a moment, a call. Do they have phones here? This place truly is a mix of technology, isn't it? I guess it will be a landline-like service though, rather than a mobile. Probably only a few places have one. Not even Kron has one at the temple," Raze mused. After a few minutes, the door opened, admitting a large-headed, bald man. He wore a sleeveless shirt that showcased his massive, muscular arms and stood around 6 feet tall. "I don't have a good feeling about this," Raze thought. The moment the man entered, he closed the door and pressed a button on the handle. A distinct click echoed through the shop, and a wide grin spread across his face. "Kid, consider this a free lesson," the pawn shop owner sneered. "I don't know where you found that power stone, but holding onto something so valuable is just going to make you a target." Raze stood in the center, his fists trembling. "I thought something like this could happen. It was a variable you always considered, Raze. Just take a deep breath." And after a deliberate inhale, Raze spoke. "Just let me walk out that door with the crystals in my hand, and no one has to get hurt." The large man and the shop owner burst into laughter. The muscular man instantly lunged forward, seizing Raze by the collar and lifting him into the air. "Hand the crystals over now," he bellowed. His body limp, silent, Raze slowly raised his hand, opening his palm and pointing it directly at the man's face. His lips quivered, his body trembled, until he finally broke the silence. "Don't touch me, Dark Pulse!" Magic coalesced around his hand, and before the man could react, a pulse of dark energy erupted, tearing straight through his head, leaving a gaping hole. His body toppled backward, dropping Raze to the ground. What the...
What the...
"You killed him? You killed him? What the? The owner frantically searched for an exit, then bolted toward the back. But Raze was already on his feet, his hand extended toward the fleeing man. Dark pulse. The attack shot from his hand, piercing through the owner's body and his heart, dropping him to the floor. Ah, crap! Raze exclaimed, scratching his head. What do I do now? As Raze studied the enchanted robe, his mind drifted back to his student days, recalling the intricate art of crafting magical artifacts. Forging such an item was rarely simple. It demanded a precise alignment of several crucial elements. First among these was the magic formation, whose design dictated the item's specific effects. Furthermore, not every formation could be universally applied. Each item possessed its own limitations. This often led to extensive trial and error, a process made expensive by the irreversible consumption of materials with each failed attempt. Beyond formations, the user's star magic proficiency and the quality of the raw components were equally vital. As a one-star mage, Raze was limited to one-star formations. His basic beast crystal, or as it was known in this realm, a basic power stone, similarly restricted him to crafting only one-star items. Thus, a mage's rank, their mastery of advanced formations, and the caliber of the power stone used with appropriate equipment all needed to converge perfectly. Mastery as a mage, Raze knew, hinged on profound dedication to research and study, a path he had once pursued with such intensity that it had propelled him to the esteemed rank of a 9-star mage. Yet, the intricacies of item creation extended further, encompassing the specific magical affinity employed. While formations imbued items with core effects drawn from the crystal, the mage's personal magic affinity subtly reshaped these outcomes. Consider a health potion, crafted with identical formation and crystal. One imbued with light magic might heal more profoundly, while another infused with wind magic could restore health and grant a burst of agility. This variability underscored the crucial need for mages to cultivate a range of magical attributes rather than focusing on just one. Raze, however, wielded only dark magic, which bestowed its own peculiar properties. The formations he employed, when combined with his dark magic, amplified items to the potency of Tier 2 or even Tier 3 creations, making them significantly stronger than their typical counterparts. The inherent drawback, though, was that every item emerged cursed, with the exact nature of the curse unpredictably shifting each time. The basic cursed magic robe offered intriguing properties. It could be concealed beneath the wearer's attire and summoned instantly. It significantly reduced the user's visibility, especially at night, and it featured an internal pocket dimension for storage, limited to items no larger than the robe itself, with each item consuming a portion of the available space. The storage effect, that's what I needed. Raze mused. To continue collecting power stones, I require a secure place to hide them, to prevent a repeat of past misfortunes. The other abilities are merely bonuses. Even go, I chose a robe initially to obscure my face when dealing with strangers or moving stealthily, but these extra perks could prove invaluable. He drew a deep breath, preparing to confront the curses. It was entirely possible their drawbacks would eclipse the benefits, rendering the robe fit only for discarding. The curse details appeared. Bound to the user, the robe is unusable by others. Weekly, it demands one basic tier power stone. Failure to provide a stone results in the random consumption of a stored item. If storage is empty, the robe self-destructs. Raze raked his fingers through his hair, a wave of exasperation washing over him. Of all the curses, why this one, especially now? A crystal, of all things, he muttered aloud. Had I not used dark magic, none of these effects would be present. Still, it's not completely ruinous. I could simply empty the storage weekly and toss in a power stone. That should work, though it heavily depends on my location and circumstances. Thankfully, the newly inscribed information indicated the robe's embedded crystal wouldn't demand its first feeding for another week. 3 crystals remained, and Raze already had plans for them. He rummaged about, unearthing a clear, corked alchemical bottle. His next stop was the shop's makeshift sink, little more than a plastic tube protruding from the wall, its origin unknown. A small plastic cap obstructed the water flow, one Raze recognized from the temple where similar stoppers were used for dishwashing. He filled the first bottle, then a second, leaving him with 2 containers of water. Back at the chalk-drawn magic circle, he adjusted the formation, centered one of the bottles, and reactivated the enchantment with a surge of magic. The liquid within glowed, then shifted to a deep blue, nearly purple hue, a clear sign of successful creation. The resulting item, Cursed Basic Mana Potion, restores user's mana to full capacity for 1 minute. Raze stared, torn between laughter and despair. A standard mana potion offered a lasting, if partial, mana replenishment. This cursed version, while restoring all mana, rendered it fleeting, lasting only a single minute. His goal for a basic mana potion had been to extend his hunting sessions, allowing for more productive use of his limited time. Mana, for any mage, was lifeblood. While higher-tier potions offered boundless mana for extended periods, such powerful artifacts were currently far beyond his reach. He repeated the ritual with the second bottle, yielding an identical potion. Holding them both, a new question surfaced. What if a Pagna warrior consumed this? Raze mused. Would it restore their chi? Their cultivation methods, based on chi, bolstered my magic core, so perhaps it would have a similar impact on them. Fundamentally, chi and mana appear to be the same energy, merely utilized differently.